Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Well, guys, yeah, we are in for a rip snorting open here. Look at this SPY. Look at the SPY. We're almost at these levels of, last week and 2 weeks ago, right there around 295. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Every single sector is positive, even gold and silver. Typically, when markets are ripping, sometimes gold and silver will lag and actually be negative, but every single sector is positive today. So let's take a look at some of the interesting stocks from this morning. We have continuation for Sorrento, SRNE. If you were in the room on Friday, you know this one had an amazing day. It's actually now above the high of Friday. A lot of hype about this one, SRNO. And the other one, ACB, Cannabis Play, released earnings on Friday. Now, again, this looks a lot. I don't want to dump cold water on it, but I mean, okay, they did a 12 for 1. I think a 1 for 10 or a 1 for 12 reverse split. So, I mean, this price looks really good, but remember, hey, listen, it's over $1, I guess, in pre-split times, and the cannabis sector is getting a little hot here. So anyway, ACB continues on, fantastic volume. That 1.16 billion in the float is not correct. I think it was a 1 for 12, so it's about 1/12 of that. All right, let me ask, is there, it's the same it's the same symbol list as last week. All right, guys, how's my sound? I want to make sure there's no static. Sound is still good? Okay, so it must be on your end, JJ. YCBD. It's kind of holding its own. It was up to 181 pre-market. They actually, one of the very few companies that does something like this, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. They're releasing after hours today. I thought they released after hours on Friday. Unless they've actually released now, I'm just kind of looking, reports quarterly EPS of 40 cents. So this might be actually an earnings play, even though we say they released after hours today. There's not a lot I can go over. I mean, you have the email, so you know what they say. So I'm not sure what to add to the email, Jeff. The trade of the week is glue. Read the email. They're saying it's live at the open. The out is the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart with a target of maybe around 11. So not much more. Well, they don't talk about 20. He talks about the 10. So I really can't add any more to it. Clovis, CLVS is it still up? Yeah, it's up. I think they had some kind of announcement during I can't remember if it was during market hours or right after. I think actually it was right here. You can see the pop for Clovis right there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to slough it off, Jeff, but I can't add any more to that email, okay? Steve puts it together, and that's his analysis. I really can't add any more to it. Okay, so Declan, I'm answering a YouTube question. The pre-market actives, okay? Pre-market actives, you see these two, this is where I'm getting my pre-market information from. DFFN, I sort of have a negative bias on this one, just in general, but no question. Ooh, and that's why. That's exactly why. I thought when I was hearing it in my ear, but I thought it was moving up. They just did a financing, so forget about this one, guys. DFFN. At least they did it pre-market before they didn't wait for the market to open. $12 million priced at the market. So they've just done a financing, DFFN. Forget about that one. Give me a moment here. Finding a little bit of a lag in our website. I'm trying to get to my stock lists here. Give me a second here. Do I ever follow, Mark, unusual high options? I do have a scan that I do have. I don't have it up and running right now, but certainly it's something that I look at from time to time. mRNA, guys, obviously in the news a lot over the last month or so. What a pop for this one. So they're talking about positive data, early stage positive data. Of course, they're all over the vaccine. So mRNA, or a vaccine for the virus. mRNA, look at that pop. Wow. Clearing all this area here, mRNA. And another one is same obviously a virus play, NVAX, continues. Look at, I mean, it almost looks like mRNA. Remember what mRNA looked like on that daily chart? Kind of a little bit of a cluster. And now Novavax has done the same thing. Let's take a look at mRNA. Same kind of thing, a little bit of a cluster here, and then the pop. Yeah, let me just see if I can find that one quickly, Mark, okay? I call it options play magic. Make sure it's not. Yeah, I can save that. I can share that with you. Oops. AMC. This is popping up a little bit here. Big, no, actually, I keep thinking this is a big float, but it is not a big float. 51 million in the float. Pulling back a little bit, not much, but AMC, a nice move here. Obviously, you know what, if it can take out 5, that was, let's see, three days ago. 3 days ago, it was just over 5. Still has room up to that 640 level. GSX is getting pummeled here, or at least it was. There's a big short seller who's all over this one. I think it's Andrew left. BNTX. Another night. Well, I mean, now this one, sometimes, well, actually, you know what? The spread is okay. It's only 7 cents right now. A lot of volume for it. Fairly low float, 50 million in the float. BNTX. So, you know what, I'm not going to mention each individual cruiser or airline, but I mean the cruisers, you know, take your pick again. They're all up. Cruisers and the airlines. Let's take a look at American Airlines. With the rest of the market, I mean, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anything that's really down today. Except for this one, FSCT. So FSCT, they were looking to be bought, I think, by Advent. And now this acquisition is in jeopardy. It's either completely going to go away, or it's definitely on hold. So FSCT and gapping down. Mayflower again. Yeah, I'm going to keep it the same this week. And I'm just looking at Codex. CODX had a bit of a rocky morning, up and down. It actually appeared on my gap downs. It's up a little bit, 57 cents. It's up a little bit. Again, one is, you know, last week or on Friday, got all the way up to 30, almost 30. All right, let me just, somebody asked about CBay. CBay, I haven't seen that one for a while. CBay. Okay, a little bit of activity. I mean, it's up. It's not up that much. I guess the good news is that it's cleared the 200-day moving average. I had a great week last week. Lots and lots of volume. Excuse me, I guess it's just a matter of will it continue? Excuse me, sorry. I'm not sure if this is a virus play or not. All right, guys, I'm just going to quickly go over to briefing.com and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Not too many upgrades. Let me get them in. Just a few more to go for the upgrades. FSLY, guys, I'm hearing that one now. When I say I'm hearing it, I have my text-to-speech for my gap ups this morning, so I'm hearing that one. Best Buy. I see that's got an upgrade. I think they release earnings this week. Let's see, it's my favorite store. Haven't been in a while, unfortunately. Best Buy, yeah, 21st pre-market. So they release this week. Still strong. Look at the recovery it's had from 48 to 82. There's the all-time high up there. Let's see what sort of downgrades there are. Not that many downgrades. I see a few downgrades for Square, SQ. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I see FSLY is moving here. FSLY, wow, what a break here. All-time high now for FSLY. Yeah, this trading room, Dorian, this is a free room, okay? It doesn't matter even, you don't even need a subscription to be in this room, okay? As unbelievable as it sounds. All right, guys, so listen, also, this is the second week of the test drive, the 10-day test drive. You can still partake in the test drive if you want to. You won't get the 10 days, of course, but you'll get 5 days. You can sign up for it. Okay, there is the test drive. You can still sign up for it. Well, there is no paid trading room, Dorian, okay? If that's your question. So again, the test drive, guys, what it'll allow you to do, I'm just going to click on the link. And I'm seeing a little bit of lag in our, hopefully this is not indication. Hopefully it's not going to be a big lag this morning on our website. Anyway, there's the test drive link. So you can, it's not, obviously May 11th has passed, but you'll still have 5 days if you sign up right now. Okay, and until May 22nd, 5 days, you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Also, if you're a standard subscriber, you can always upgrade to premium for the 5 days. So again, it's not 10 days. If you sign up for a day, you're only going to get the 5 days. It costs you $8.99 if you want to try us out for the 5 days. Hand bone. Okay, so left click on the chart. Left click on the chart. And keep the control key down on your keyboard. Okay. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out, okay? This is the link, by the way, I'm sharing. This is my test drive link. Okay, so if you want my setup that I'll still have for the balance of this week, this is the link. Remember, that's a layout, so make sure if you're going to load that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Yeah, Dorian, I'm going to give you a little 20 short video lessons, okay? Covering a lot of different aspects of trade ideas. Okay? 20 short video lessons. I know it says 20 in 20 days. Of course, you can do it faster if you want. And guys, as always, this is my watch list. So we'll see what happens. It's not a big, again, not a very big watch list this morning. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And with the market being up like this, I wouldn't expect too many on the downside. And if you want to follow along, all you have to do is load my layout. Or if you just want to follow along from the channel, my channel, new channel bar, and yeah, we're getting some lag, guys. Hope it doesn't last. Anyway, there are my windows right there. There's my channel right there. If you load that, remember everything in a channel in the channel bar is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything. Your layout will be replaced. And if you do this, you won't get all the windows. What you're going to get, basically, next week it'll be kind of back to normal. I mean, I won't be sharing a layout anymore, but my windows basically are just these three windows plus a couple of charts. Yeah, Mark, if you're asking me about, I don't give any suggestions at all in terms of when to buy or sell, okay? If I'm going to do something, I will be letting people know. Usually what happens is I'll start saying, hey, I'm looking at this one, this is a good level, but I'm never going to say, okay, guys, you should buy this, or if you're in this one, here's where you should sell, okay? This is not that sort of a room. To delete layouts, if you go to File, Load from Cloud, okay, and click on Layouts, and just highlight whatever one you want, and there's Delete, okay? All right, MTP, this is way down here, 41%, only 21,000 shares. So last week, guys, because of the test drive, and we, inundated with questions all week, and I anticipate I'm obviously going to get more questions this week, which is absolutely fine. I only had one trade last week on Friday. That was it. So I'll have to see. Hope to be a little more active this week. It all depends on how many questions I get. No, very, very few for Canadian stocks in this room. Okay, I'm a Canadian, but I just don't trade Canadian stocks because there's just not enough of them with enough liquidity. So I would say this is like 99.999% US stocks. Now, there was another one that I did notice, ALJJ. ALJJ. I don't know what. Yeah, it's starting to fade now. I mean, it was up huge percentage-wise when it was up at 58 cents. It's actually, this is the one I was thinking about. They actually released after hours on a Friday. Very, very few companies do that. So this looks like a no-go. It's a low float, 22 million in the float, but it's starting to give it up. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two and get prepared for the open. Yeah, J.C. Penney. I don't know what happened to J.C. Penney. Yeah, well, it's been halted. That is halted. So, don't know. Space on the move here. SPCE is on the move here. Of course, this has been a wild trader over the last few days with Branson and all. But space on the move here. Energy, of course, is in play today. I think, what, did I read that oil was over $30, something like that? So definitely oil is in play today. I saw Oxy this morning. Oxy this morning is up a little bit. MRO is kind of an interesting one. Is it still over 6? No, it's not over 6 now, so it's given some of that back. You can see here that if it can take out at some point, maybe not today, but some point, 639. Look at the weekly chart, 1, 2, 3, basically touching that area, 639. So I've set a price alert for MRO on around 639 and see if it takes that out. May not do it today, but if it takes that out sometime this week, this has a nice potential gap, void to fill. And I think Coca-Cola, little pop here for Coca-Cola, KO. I'm going to also put the test drive link into the YouTube feed here. Yeah, you'll be able to do it when the market opens, Michael. You have to go in at limit order pre-market, okay? Okay, guys, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's see what sort of trading week we're going to have this week. A little carryover from last week. TLSA. So you can't flatten. You have to go in. You have to go in at a limit order in the pre-market. Okay. So, literally at 9:30, you'd be able to flatten it if you wanted to. All right. All right, guys, we are now open. You can't find VWAP on the indicators? It's there. Right click, indicators, and there it is, VWAP. I'm not sure why you can't find it. All right, so here's an airline, of course. Save. Look at the move on save. So we have airlines, cruisers, and energy stocks. Of course, are just going to be very interesting all day. T-Mobile. Let's see what's T-Mobile. Or sorry, not T-Mobile. AT&T. Wow, look at the. Again, you know, I'm noticing this is sort of a common thing. Or single stock seems to. Yeah, till 4 o'clock. Yes, yes. Anand, sorry. All right, so down goes SR. Well, a little bit anyway. Save, yeah, look at this on the move here. Save, it's a fairly low float, 68 million. So typically, guys, I wait the first 15 minutes out, regardless of what's happening. I will miss out on some of the ones that keep moving right from the beginning. And that's just my style of trading. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Look at GERN, GERN. GM, of course, some of the not some of them, the automakers are starting to get back rolling today. Not full steam ahead exactly, but GM, Ford, I guess they're reopening. So there's GM, nice pop for GM. I don't see a halt on ACB. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is halted. I don't know why it didn't show up. It is halted. I'm not sure why it didn't show up in my halts resumes. Interesting. But it is halted, yes. And it's on the way down. Are you talking about this window? Do you have the strategy? Sorry, are you talking about this window here, the strategy trades all? So Dave, I'm trying to answer your question. Are you talking about here in this one? Because these are just columns you have to add. I'm not sure. I know you have to tell me where you're looking. So you're missing these. So you have to add them then, or maybe you've shrunk them. If you've got my layout, there's no reason why you shouldn't see these. But if you've loaded it yourself, these are just columns you have to add if you don't see them. Okay, right click, columns, and here are all the columns you have. Okay, so ACB resumed for whatever reason. It must have got halted. Maybe I don't know. We didn't see the halt, but there's the resumption for ACB. Why is the stock halted? It's just math. If a stock goes up or down too fast in a short period of time, a computer kicks in. Computer kicks in and says, you know what? We're just going to pause you for 5 minutes. The computer kicks in. It's just math, okay? It's called a volatility halt. Excuse me, a volatility halt. Yeah, I'm sure BNTX is a big wow. Oh, no, it's a wow on the way down. Oh, I thought it was a wow on the way up. Just give me a second here, guys. All right, Codex, are you on the move here? Yeah, so CODX on the move here. You won't get any AI alerts until at least 9:35, okay? It doesn't mean at 9:35 you start getting alerts. But there's definitely you will not get anything until at least 9:35. They are not delayed for the first half hour though. A little pop here. Well, sorry. Look at this one moving down, APT. My charts are fine. My issue at the first 5 minutes or so, or now it's longer, is that single stock window. Sorry, guys. I'm just having a little conversation with our techs. Yeah, we'll see, Michael. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna force the issue in terms of taking trades, okay? But we'll see what happens. I'm a little concerned about this lagging on the single stock window. Nice pop again for the SPY. Charts are fine. It's just this single stock window, but unfortunately, the single stock window, while it affects the similar too. I don't know if it's just the overload at the beginning of the market. It never used to be like this, but oh, ACB. Wow. I actually thought on that move down there, I thought maybe they're going to announce a financing, but no. This is still. All right, guys. So again, nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 9:45. Not saying at 9:45 we'll get anything, but I do put a delay on anything showing up in these windows till at least 15 minutes after the market opens, to say what happens when. Never used to be this way though, C6. Never used to be this way. We have almost 4,000 people signed up for the test drive, so that may be it, but I don't know. Never used to be like this. Wow, ACB, I honestly can't believe this one. I mean, I know they had earnings on Friday, and evidently, I mean, the market reacted very well, as you can see right there. This candle right now is even bigger than that Friday candle now. VIR. Now this can be a wild one. What's the spread like? Actually, it's not so bad for this one. Yeah, guys, well, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to do a reset. I'm going to see if that helps at all. Sometimes just doing a reset can help, but most annoying song in history, Bored in the House. So this one got halted also, I see. SRNE got halted at 9:35. It is now open again. Got halted on the way down. All right, let's see now. Let's see that single stock window coming a little bit faster now. Oh, I mentioned Jern right off the bat this morning. Look at Jern on a nice journey here. Look at, let's see now, 217. If you look on that monthly chart, 217. Boy, if this one takes out two, it had a tremendous day on Friday. On Yeah, I'm sorry, on Friday. Had a great day on Friday. Look at the volume that came in on Friday, 8 million shares. This is not a low float situation. 198 million in the float. All right, here is the first AI alert. This ACB is just nothing. Nothing is stopping it right now. All right, guys. OGI. OGI. We got to get this thing working so we can see. Okay, guys, this absolutely crazy one here, the VTIQ, actually it looked like it was going to kind of try to resume a little bit here, but in the pre-mark, I got up to 24.43, a drop of $3 right now, VTIQ. All right, let's see now. So I got a couple of alerts that happened here. ACB. Now, of course, that was super extended already. So, and Jern, let's see what about Jern. Jern is interesting. Jern is really interesting if it takes out two. If you look left on the monthly chart, you'll see a high of about 214. Well, let's see what the index is doing, MJ. What is the index actually doing? So the index has a nice pop. There's a nice daily, nice little pop finally for MJ. Really didn't break out over the last few, even though there were individual stocks moving. Well, Jern, guys, this takes out two. Look out, especially if it takes out 214. Now, this is a big float for a cheap stock. This is a big float. I don't see any news, to be honest. I don't see any news for Jern. I mean, it had a great day, of course, on Friday. I'm just trying to see if was there any reason for that, and it's just continuation. Yeah, that's going back to 2019. I'm trying to see a high right there. 205. I mean, 2 is the big level for it to get through. You know, psychological. Yeah, I guess 214, a little spike high there in April of last year. That was just a one-off maybe. So this has been kind of choppy. This early AI alert, PAR, PAR, been a little up and down. The low float, guys. So if you're going to get into this one, remember this is a very low float. 11 million in the float, especially for a $25 stock. That's a very low float. So now it does have room. I mean, things are overlapping here. Just a second here. Okay, look at this one. This is a nice little move for Sabra, SBRA. Another one. Look at this. If this can ever, again, these are kind of almost swing opportunities if the market continues like this. You know, look at that 1380 on that weekly chart. Getting closer to it. Takes that out. Look at the room on top. A low float definitely means it's going to be more volatile. Yes. It can work for you and it can work horribly against you. So, you know, you have to know your risk going into these. Yeah, my single stock, I'm not happy with this. They're taking a look at it. Okay, little move down for silver here. So I see gold now is actually a negative sector, slightly negative. Yeah, all the airlines. I mean, you take your pick. I'm sure American is probably doing. It's not ripping, I guess. It's sort of holding its own. IGT, I think they release earnings. I think IGT releases May 18th. So when are we now? They released this morning. Sorry about that. IGT actually released this morning. A little gap up. Didn't really see it. I don't know why. Maybe they didn't have that much volume or something. I don't use them at all. No, Cesar. Okay, don't use them at all. No, I have no thoughts on them. I'm sorry. I've never used it as Cesar. Okay, I have no thoughts on it whatsoever. All right. Well, just kind of biding my time here, waiting to see. You see if that ACB takes maybe around this area out here, say 1630-ish or so, and resumes. I mean, obviously, remember now, this is a reverse split, 1 for 12. I don't know, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. when you say high volume, well, you mean it overall? High relative volume is a good thing. So if a stock, well, again, I'm not sure. It's high relative volume. So I mean, if a stock normally trades 400 million shares a day, I'll just use that, then that's not extraordinary. But if that stock normally that trades 400 million shares a day trades a billion shares a day, then that's what you want to see. So it's not the absolute volume, it's the relative volume. Okay, guys, HST, come on, I want this HST. No, no, there's no way, Cesar. Guys, I'm a little hamstrung here, and I rely on this window for a lot of information at a glance. So, anyway, HST, for one reason, the float. I want to see what the float is. Disney. Nobody asked about Disney. Well, what can you say? Big move. Now, there's a 200-day up there, 120. That's $10 away from the 200-day. I mean, Disney had earnings on earlier this month. I think got hammered down. I think that was the day. It's had a nice recovery. Yeah, I do not predict what's going to happen with earnings. Okay, no idea. I have no idea. May the 6th. I mean, obviously, it's still been strong. I mean, it's an all-time high. I mean, obviously, right there is the all-time high, but it's basically. But do I see it pushing higher? I honestly have no idea. Sugar. I was talking a little too much. Okay, guys, GERN. This is now. Was looking to take this one just over 2. I've kind of missed my entry. Look at GERN now. Yeah, I apologize, Ronnie. I don't know what to say. Wow, GERN, guys. Man, I missed it. Son of a. I was looking to take it just over that 2, around 205 or so. Yeah, I'm just not going to chase it now. Well, listen, half the job is alerting you guys of things that might be interesting, okay? So if anybody was following the GRN a little more closely than I was, Now, I mean, look at this. There's on the monthly chart. What was I saying? It's like the high is around. It's above that high in that monthly chart. So anything can happen on this one now. Yeah, there's the pullback now. I'll stick an alert at 241. Okay, so you see the AI is out of this one, okay? Didn't like the way it was trading. Not that it did not hit the stop. Didn't like the way it was trading. But I'd be watching this one now for the balance of the day to see if it resumes. Obviously, it has some room. This was a quick pop all the way up there. So I'd be putting an alert maybe around 25.30 or so. Remember, it's a very, well, I can't see the float information right now, but am I in glue? No, I'm not in glue. I typically don't. I'm not a big swing trader, so I don't like the trades of the week. You know, I follow them to a certain extent, but I'm not a big swing trader. Somebody asked me if I was in glue. My layout is. Ow, sorry. This is the layout that I have. Okay, remember it is a layout, so make sure before you load it, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Before you load my layout, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Just give me a moment here, please. This other one that I've been following for a while here hasn't really done too much. Well, this GAN, I keep thinking if it ever really wants to explode and take out that 15, I know it did a little bit, how many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, but then it gave it up. HST guys, still on the move here, HST. All right, we're going to take a look at some earnings play. By the way, this week, very light on earnings now. We're definitely out of earnings season. Only about 180 companies releasing this week. Now, maybe there may be some more next week, but well, I mean, this is what I use, Chumbers. I mean, I have three 32-inch monitors and a powerful desktop, so that's what I use. Well, this HS2, I mean, it has room to about the 1270. The next high looking left is around 1155. What I have, is that sufficient? Well, for me it is. Certainly. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just had myself on mute for a second there. Well, so I don't know what volume you're looking at for Cesar. It says 251,000 shares as an example. Okay, par. Volume today is 251,000 shares. Well, yeah, top right hand corner. I mean, that volume is, volume right there for host hotels is 5 million. If you maybe you've shrunk it, if you shrunk it like that, okay, but usually it'll say the K or the M, okay. That might be the reason why you're not seeing the. when you say how do you read relative volume, what do you mean by that exactly? How do you read it? Well, yeah, relative volume, because I mean, just because you might look, wow, a stock's traded a million shares, but what if it does that all the time? That's not abnormal for that stock, right? Okay, 4 times relative volume. What that would mean is, now it's not exactly, there's a more involved definition, but up to this point at time, 10:11 right now, 11 minutes after 10 o'clock, if you see something that says 19.3 as an example, relative volume, that means the stock has traded 19 times what it would normally do up to this point of the day. Okay, so that's obviously very abnormal. Okay, you can just see here, even though it did 100 million on Friday, but before then it was hardly anything. So again, absolute volume is not as key as, in my opinion anyway, relative volume. Again, my analogy is that if a stock normally does 1 million shares a day and it's doing 1 million today, probably not. It's not going to be that interesting. Exactly. Cesar. I'm trying to download TI Pro from the website, and the system is reporting 2 hours. Anything going on there? I don't know what you mean by that. What do you, when you say it's reporting 2 hours? Oh no, that should not be happening. But I'm noticing, guys, I'm trying to go into my channel bar, and there's a bit of a lag there too. But no, 2 hours. Only thing I can ask you to do is maybe go to our like I'm not I'm very minor tech support. I try to, if I can help I will, but otherwise I'm going to have to send you to our real tech support. So if you go to the home page and then start a live chat with somebody from tech support, okay? They'll notice. I mean, you'll have your question, and it'll get directed to the right person, okay? And my mouse just froze. All right, guys, did we momentarily lose my screen sharing? Okay, back though, back, and you can hear me obviously, but you can see my screen again, right? Okay. Luckily, I don't know why I'm saying I've got two mice attached all the time, so one fizzles out for whatever reason. All right, so Sorrento. Yeah, this is really driving me crazy. I'm sorry, guys. This little lag. Getting a little bit better. So that was basically just kind of a piece on Fox News on Friday that got this thing running on Friday. All right, keep an eye on Zyne, guys. Z-I-Z-Y-N-E. This looks interesting. Z-Y-N-E. The only problem is that high of about 4 days ago is 470 or so. So it's a little bit close. Otherwise, this would be really interesting. This one actually spiked all the way up to 540. It was 6 days ago. So okay, yeah, keep an eye on ACB. It looks like it's trying to come back here, ACB. After the initial big flurry up here, it's trying to come back. Let's see if it takes out that 16 again. All right, guys, Jern looks like it's maybe trying to do it again. Had that pullback, got all the way up to 240 odd, pulled back. GERN. This is a big float. Again, 198 million in the float for a $2 stock is really a lot, but it hasn't held it back. PetQ on the move here. PetQ on the move here. This had earnings on the 7th, so earlier this month on the 7th. Again, you know, all this, imagine if it could just take out all this area. It's about 29. Then it's got a shot to get up to this 35. Well, no, average volume is average volume, and relative volume is the sort of the ratio that looks at what the average volume is. So, excuse me, so if the ratio of 2 for relative volume, that's double the average volume. But to the time of the day, okay? Listen, I'll give you the exact definition of the relative volume if you want. But yeah, don't try to, I mean, look, if it's high, just, you know that it's in play, okay? It doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher or lower, but obviously it's having an abnormal, it's having an abnormal volume day. Okay, I'm going to give you the actual definition of it. Do not ask me to explain it. Okay. Yeah. Everybody's a comedian, Keith. FSST. Now this is might be interesting here. This is a little drop here. They were looking to have been bought out by Advent, and that looks like, I'm not saying it's completely off. They're not saying it's completely off, but certainly in this time, the deal has been either delayed or it is completely off. So, well, that will not be. And that actually is a proprietary filter. Yeah, this is not a room page where I'm going to tell you what what I do. The only trade I wanted to take this morning was Jern's, and I missed it. I missed it, right there. I'll be throwing out ideas, but they're ideas. They are not recommendations as such. I'm not going to say, yeah, you should take this trade if you want to make some money. I'd love to be able to do that, but unfortunately, I cannot. Well, guys, I mean, this could be interesting if it takes out 23. The next low looking left from is around 22.11, so that's about $1 away. If it takes out 23, it's had the big run again. This you can see sort of baselined up in this area, thinking that they were going to be bought out. Well, again, guys, this FSCT taking out 23. All right, guys, what about this one now? ALTG. You get ALTG. Now, this is just sneaking in now. The volume is a little bit light, but this is definitely an interesting one. Take a look at the daily. This is why it's on the watch list. Look at the potential room it has, and that's ALTG. The volume is a little light to start. It's a fairly low float, 21 million in the float, but it is trading 5 times normal. One does not trade that much. You can see it did a little over, probably looks like around 650 to 700,000. Excuse me. Oh, guys, look at ACB right back up. Wow, ACB is right back up now. But I'm going to keep an eye on this ALTG. The volume picks up. Look out. I mean, look at the room. I guess this was looks like this was either probably an IPO back here. Really watching this ALTG, guys. You gotta love the weekly and the monthly and the daily, of course. They're all lining up. Just like to get, obviously, some more volume coming in. But it's over that whole number, so we don't have to worry about the whole number. I'd like to see maybe get a bid of around 608, 610 or so. Clearing that 6. I don't see how it had 2 winners so far. To be honest, I mean, it got in at $24.99. It got out at $24.90. I know it popped very quickly. If you could have got out, immediately, I don't think you could have. So I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, each strategy has, I mean, does it take into account RSI? I have no idea. I mean, each strategy is different. Whether there is an RSI component. Or not, really just depends on the strategy. Well, you were very good then, because that was just a very, very momentary pop up there. So good for you. Wow, ACB. Well, it took a while. Look at it. It came all the way back. Wow, 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 wow. 1672. I mean, it had a big pullback. This is the one I'm really interested in, ALTG. The volume just starts picking up. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right, or a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Not quite. I just have to do something before I go. All right, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, excuse me. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I took the ALTG. What did I get in at? Yeah, about an average around 609, okay? I'm in that one, been picking away. So 609, if it gets down below 6, I'm definitely out, but all right, well, let's see what happens. See if it can break out a little bit more here. Boy, ACB, wow, what a move. I mean, it took, it wasn't even easy to get in at 1672 and hold it, but wow. Well, let's take a look at MJ again. MJ, I've been so negatively biased against these cannabis plays for well, almost 2 years. Well, not quite 2 years. Certainly in here, I mean, you'd get a pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. Nothing could really sustain itself. Maybe now, I don't know, maybe now. What is CGC doing? All right, guys, listen, it's 10:30 right now. This is typically when first of all, a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day. And we are in the middle of a test drive. This is the second week. Still time to sign up. You won't get 10 full days, but if you think $8.99 is worth it, you can sign up for the test drive. You'll have access to our full premium service. This is a link. So you get the balance of today plus the four days, Tuesday to Friday. That's when the test drive is over. Also open. This is what it looks like if you click on that link. Sign up right there. Again, it started on the 11th, so you're in the second week. You're not getting 10 days. You're only going to get 4 plus the balance of today, okay? I'm glad to hear that, Jake. Let's take a look at some of the other links, okay? So I'm going to go over the pricing later. Trade of the week, you can sign up for the trade of the week right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I believe this one, today's is GLUU, Gluu. Kind of been chopping around a little bit. Trades of the week are longer term holds. When you get the email, the plan is kind of laid out for you, okay? I think I'll be doing a daily video today. I think I can resume my daily videos. Wasn't able to do them last week, just too busy. You can sign up for them right there. Should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. Here's the download link right there. Wow, ECB. Training, guys. Training and the 20 short videos. I'm going to be pounding this one home a lot. Okay, the 20 short videos I think is really good if you're new to Trade Ideas. I'm just finding some lag getting into our website though also. Okay, so 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you don't have to take 20 days to do it. But it goes over a lot of the different features of trade ideas. Okay, get the questions all the time. How do you create an alert window? What is a multi-strategy window? Things like that. They're very short, quick, to the point videos. Okay, I would absolutely recommend watching them. And in the training link, the training link also has that in here, but there's more in here. So there it is. There's also the link. We've got Back to Basics, TI University. Also, all the webinars are here. Okay, we have 4 of them a week, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock. Just going to check to see if the webinars are on again this week. We did not have them last week because of, again, so much other activity taking place. But so if they're not on this week, then we'll be back to a normal schedule next week for our webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, I might be turfing myself out of this ALTG, guys. I'm just watching here. Not liking the way it's trading. See, it gets back. I mean, the bid is 598, I think. So I want to get that bid over 6 again. That's my problem with it, of course, was the little light on the volume. It's picking up, though. It is picking up, so I'm going to give it a little bit longer. Okay, let me continue this. So okay, I'm just looking here. Test drive. Again, there's that test drive link. Now, if you want to sign up for the next test drive will be in August. So if you don't want to do this one, but you want to be notified when the next one is, then you can sign up right there for the next test drive. Basically, it'll just take you to a sign up page. I think our website is just, I don't know why, it's a little bit slow this morning. So anyway, just fill this out, and then when we get close to the test drive, you'll get an email letting you know exactly the date, okay? It'll be sometime in August. If you're a Mac user, I added this one, okay? A lot of people say, do you have a download for the Mac? We don't, but here are some, I don't want to call them fixes, but here's what you can do if you are a Mac user. You can click on that link right there. We have some ebooks also, swing trading setups, etc. right there. And I'll just go over our pricing right now. So there, I should have mentioned this. There's the promo code right up there, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And this is the pricing for Trade Ideas. So basically we've got 4 plans. The big one is the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, which I'm going to go over, is the AI, and also if you wanted to auto trade anything, okay, you would need our premium service. That's the big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to start off, of course, with an annual subscription. You can always try us out for a month, the standard monthly, $118. Wow, ACB, Cron and ACB, guys, wow. $118 a month, less the 15% for the standard, and the premium, $228 less the 15% for the premium. That discount I'm talking about is only good for the first month, but if you do decide that you want to upgrade within 30 days, then you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. So let me talk a little bit about the AI. So this is what you see here. So you see right here is these are the alerts so far from the AI this morning. You have an entry price. These are all real time. You have a stop price. And so this is a machine kind of alerting you. My recommendation is that you manage the trades, yourself. But let them, the machine is obviously alerting you to the setup, and then manage the trades on your own, the ones that make sense to you. Now, this is not an AI strategy, but if it were, basically what happens is the AI waits for the market to close and then starts, because it wants to have access to the latest market data. And then we have what we call, wow, this is unbelievable. There's a red bar ignored also for ACB. Trigger would have been around 1775. So the AI has about 50 baseline strategies, 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but this is what happens once the market closes. Again, has access to the latest market information. Takes a look at all the filters in place. Maybe makes adjustments to the filter values. Adds a filter, subtracts a filter. Runs our back tester. Goes through all 50 strategies like that. Hard enough to do it for one, but to do 50, obviously impossible. You need a computer to do that. Once the routine is over, and remember, it'll happen after the market closes today. Tomorrow, you're then presented with the strategies that make the cut. Typically making the cut, meaning a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. Now, I always say this, I don't really care what strategies make the cut. All I care about are the alerts we get from them. And so this is what I would recommend, is that if you have the premium service, that you would just take from here, from the toolbar, from the toolbar, new, and then this AI/Holly strategy trades window. Then you'll have this window. You can then actually incorporate this as part of your layout. You don't have to, I know a lot of people will go to the channel bar and click on the Omni channel. If I can load it. Okay, so there are no webinars this week, okay? So no webinars this week. So there is the Omni channel. People ask what the Omni channel is. Basically, and I keep saying this, but I know it's going to happen. Getting rid of the idea of having 3 segments of the AI, or these ones anyway. But if you want to see all the alerts, you would use the Omni channel. The Omni channel is just a combination of all these 3. And that's what this one is. That's why it says strategy trades all. If you load this and it doesn't say all, then you have to load the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? Which is right here. TI download, okay. So basically, you just let the alerts happen and, manage the trades as you see fit. Okay, now I want to go over the Brokerage Plus that you see right here. Let me just I'm just looking to want to make sure I have all my questions answered. After this, how much is it? Yeah, I'm going to go over that. You can auto trade your own strategy during. Okay, I'm just trying to, AI is only with premium, exactly. If you want the AI, you need our premium service. Brokerage Plus is, now I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, and I really, okay guys, I'm out of that ALTG. That didn't, and the spread got kind of crummy, so I'm all out of it. I was watching it as it just did not want to hold 6. Just a second, guys. I have to put myself on mute just for a minute here. Can you guys still hear me? Okay. Yeah, so, it kept saying 599, 605, 599, 605 the minute it got in. So I took about a 15-cent loss on the ALTG, and the spread widened up. That got me a little concerned. So I'm looking at it again, though, if it takes out that 605, 610 level later on in the day. Just give me a second here. Okay. Where was I? So Brokerage Plus. So I really want to explain Brokerage Plus. For some reason, it gets very confusing to people, but Brokerage Plus is can be used in 2 ways. Okay, if you can use it to paper trade. You notice I've got it check traded as simulated trading. Okay, you can use it to paper trade. Or if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account. You can connect to your Interactive Brokers account to trade. Okay? So everything I'm going to say right now is part of our standard service. Until I'll let you know when you need our premium service. Okay? So right now, I have it on paper trading mode. Okay, simulated trading. So pretty simple. You can just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. This is the simplest way to use it. And pick how many shares you want to trade, the market, and if you're shorting, you sell. No, it's all real time. Real time, real time, real time. It's using our real time data. Okay, the simulator uses our real time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have. Okay, this is using our real time data. Jeff, no, you can't. You cannot. Well, you can. Yeah, you can choose the parameters that you want to manage the trade you choose. Yes. Okay, I'll just interrupt myself here. We do have a news tab. Okay, so that's what I use, King of Trading. It's not. Don't get. I don't want to mislead you. This is not one of those live news feeds, and it's pretty good. But it's not one of these late breaking news feeds that people have to pay for, $100 a month or whatever. So, but it's pretty good. That's what I use. So that's the simplest way to use the simulator. Okay, is just by clicking on a symbol and it's going to show up. These are hotkeys. Gets you out of position. Flatten half your position. You can double your position. If you're new to trading, forget reverse, but I'll just tell you what it means. Reverse means if you're short a position, now you want to go long, or vice versa. You just basically reverse your positions. Now, the next way you can use, and this is what I would suggest you try, is what we call one-click trading. Again, all part of the standard service. One-click trading. Unbelievable. ACB. I thought it might have been over right around there when it dipped down to 1460. Not even close. This, you would have thought maybe it was going to be over after Friday. Had earnings. I mean, it had a day that it hasn't had in a long, long time. Not even close. Again, look at this daily candle for it. So let me show you how you can set up your own one-click trading. So let's just say you looked at ALTG and you thought, yeah, I want to trade this. So now you go back, you right-click, hover over trade, and this box will pop up. And this is this is what we call one-click trading. And you can just pick how you want to trade. I have to get rid of these. I must have done this as a demo. Again, this is just one-click trading. So it's not quite auto trading, but you just pick how you want to trade it. And I'm going to show you how you can set up your own. So one of the things, you have to have the strategies tabs open. So within Brokerage Plus, there's a new tab, okay? And these are the tabs you have. And one of them you have to have open if you want to set up your own trading strategy is the strategies tab. So if you click on it, and I'm going to get rid of some of these. Second. I wonder if I can. No. Thought I could highlight them all maybe. Okay, so these are now when I right click, I'm not going to see all of them anymore. I've got rid of most of those other ones. Those were just demos really. So how do you set this up in the first place? So if you go to the strategies tab, right click, new trading strategy, and you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? I'm going to show you what I do for one of my strategies. These are entry time, order details, etc. You can fill in as much information in all these tabs as you want. I'm going to show you what I do for one of my strategies. And I'm going to pick the what's this one doing? RESI. RESI on the move here, guys. RESI. Ooh, look at this. Last week it hit 740, 750 or so. That was the high of last week. Trying to come back, RESI. It had earnings on the 11th. That was probably that day right there that caused it to move down. Well, guys, somebody said FSCT is not going to move. Well, it is moving. Just gave up that 23. So I want to show you what I do with this chart long $100 risk. I'll explain it. So if I right click and edit the trading strategy. So obviously, when I created the trading strategy, I gave it a name. I call it, it's a long strategy, and I filled in this information. I don't have an entry time, don't need one, okay? Order details and risk management work hand in hand. So order details, and you see it says position sizing. So my position sizing, I'm going to check this is based on a stop loss. Okay, this is what I would encourage you to use. And because when you get into a trade, unfortunately not every trade is going to work for you, so you have to have an out. How much are you willing to lose on a trade? And that amount should be the same really for every trade you get into. You're not going to vary, I'm going to risk $100 this trade, $1,000 the next trade, $50 the next trade. It should be about the same every trade. So that's what I'm doing in the simulator. I'm going to risk $100 a trade, okay, in the simulator. And I'm going to use I'm going to use a stop. And you're going to see how that is going to help me position size automatically. So I've got this, I use this filter as another drop down. I'm using this VWAP stop. It is a stop that is available to you. This is a massive drop down menu. Find that VWAP stop. You can play around with it, okay? It uses the VWAP from the day and yesterday, highs and lows today. It's a moving target. You know, it's not going to be a static number all day. But when it gets into the trade, of course, it is a number. And it's a fixed number. And that's how you'll see how the position sizing is sized. I do put a target here only for demonstration purposes. I don't typically put targets, but people have asked, can you put a target? And you're going to see how it all shows up on the chart. So I put a 50-cent target here, meaning that if I get into a stock at $1 and it happens to go to $1.50 and I don't do anything, it'll just take me out at $1.50, 50 cents above. So let me show you how this works on that chart long. Now you'll notice that on the charts there's a buy button. Now if you don't have that buy button, again, you have to download the latest version of Trade Ideas. If you don't have a buy button there. Excuse me. So what you do is you designate one of your long strategies as a way in which you want to go long using that buy button on the chart. And how do you do that? So I took this one, I named it chart long $100 risk, that makes sense. And I right clicked and I checked default chart long strategy, okay? So that means if I'm going to use the buy button on the chart, it's going to follow these rules that I put in place. Remember I was talking about? There's the stop. I'm going to risk $100 a trade. I've got a 50-cent target. All those rules will be put in place. So let's do one. Let's take a trade. Here's that FSCT. Who said it wasn't going to move? Okay, so using the buy button on the chart. So there's Resi. Let me use the 15 a little bit bigger, 15-minute chart. So there's Resi. Now I could do this in a couple of ways. I could say, okay, if I click on that buy button, you're going to see that basically when you click and then you just release where you want it to take the trade. So I could say, okay, maybe I wanted to take the trade at the high of the day, and I would release it there. So it wouldn't take the trade immediately. It would have to wait for it to get up to that level. Or I could, maybe I want to take it on a pullback. So I click that buy button and I would release it down here. You would see a line that would form. So you can do something like that. For these purposes, what I want to do is I do want to take the trade right away. See if that took the trade right away because I dropped it at the price. Notice that it says minus 106 there. Now it's approximate, right? Remember I said I wanted to only lose $100 approximately. Okay, let's see what happened here. It took 455 shares automatically. It automatically position sized me based on my entry and what the stop is. If I subtract 676 from 7 times 455, I'm going to get approximately $100. That's how that works. Okay, that's how that works. It automatically position sizes you for you based on your stop loss. Now, at this point, if I don't like that stop loss where it is, I can always adjust it right on the chart. If I wanted to put it down at the bottom of that candle, it's a little tight, but I can always just move the stop up and down right in the chart. Okay. Also, you see the target. I'll bring up the daily chart. You see the target is about 50 cents above where I bought it. And the same thing I can do. Let's just say it's harder to approach the target. I could always right in the chart, move this up and down also. Okay, so highly visual. All part of the standard service, okay? This is all part of the standard service. And again, everything I've done, if you had an interactive broker's account, you could have connected to your IB account and done exactly the same thing. All part of the standard service. You can't set it up for swing trading, Luke. I mean, the idea is this. You know, if you get an alert here and, you know, this for argument's sake, PAR, you know, I'm just going to use this as an example. And you like the way it traded by the end of the day, and it was, you know, maybe closed near the high of the day. Don't have to worry about earnings. You look left on the daily chart, it still has a lot of a lot of run in it. You make up your mind whether or not you want to swing trade it. Okay? But you cannot within AI do all that. But this is what we always say. I mean, if a trade looks good still, you can make up your own mind to keep it. Boy, this FSCT, look at the drop it's had so far. The AI gets out of all the trades by the end of the day, yes, okay. Mainly right now because just as a comparison to the look at par now. I mean, remember I was saying, you know, keep an eye on it. It's a choppy one. I mean, it's not the easiest one to trade. So again, everything I said is part of the standard service. You can use Brokerage Plus to use as a simulator, paper trader. You can use it to trade if you haven't only interactive brokers. Please do not ask me about any other. I know it says E-Trade. I know it says Alpaca. I have no idea when they're going to come on. Yeah, Jatinder, our charts refresh every 8 seconds or so, okay? So that's the difference. To me, it makes no difference. You know, so if you left it here, you'll see that the chart will refresh in about 8 seconds. Typically, all I do, when I click on an alert, it's real time. I mean, the chart is showing the real time alert. Now I'm looking at my brokerage package. I'm looking at time and sales. So that's the reason, Jatinder. When we first introduced the charts, I was skeptical, you know, I wanted something that was doing exactly like you're saying. So for 1 week, I had I can't remember what broker I was using. I was using my brokerage chart side by side with my AI charts. Didn't make any difference to me at all. So if it did make a difference to me, I wouldn't be using the AI charts. It's really that simple. You can duplicate, Dave, yes. You know, just duplicate the window, duplicate it, and then you can have the open. I don't, you know, you can have the open ones. No, none open right now, but. Well, again, I mean, it gets out of the trades, but as I'm trying to explain, if you're going to see some previous AI trades, you know, if you look at a daily chart, if you have the buy symbol, you'll see some that, you know, I mean, some really would have worked well if you'd held them. Okay, so it's when you say it's only for day trading, it gets out of the trade by the end of the day. But again, you have to have, you know, nice to have some idea of being able to look at a weekly or a monthly or daily chart to say to yourself, that still has some room. This thing could still go. All right, so again, everything I've described is part of the standard service, okay, with using Brokerage Plus. Here is when you would need our premium service. If you have an alert window that you created and you would like to auto trade it, okay, you would like to auto trade it, then what you have to do is you have to turn the strategy on. So first of all, you would have to obviously have the strategy in here, and you could do it one of two ways. You could, you know, new trading strategy, then go through, you know, give it the name and then go through how you want to trade it, or you could load it from the cloud if you have an alert window that you created, and then you would just save it to the cloud and then you would load it from the cloud. Okay, then it will show up here. Then you still have to go through the exercise of how do you want to trade it. And then all you do is you turn the strategy on. Right click. See where it says strategy disabled, click to enable. Now it's on. So what that means is, I'm going to turn it off, but what that would mean is the next symbol that if you turn it on at the beginning of the day, every symbol that shows up, for instance, here, would be auto-traded, would take the trade immediately. That's auto-trading. So for that, you would need our premium service, okay? And the only time you would have to buy Brokerage Plus is if you were wanting to auto-trade the AI. Okay, that's the only time you'd have to buy these. So if you wanted to take these trades immediately, have them auto trade, then that's the only time you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee, $1,100 minus whatever appropriate discount there is. And a one-time fee, meaning that if you decide for whatever reason you want to stop trading for a while and you unsubscribe from Trade Ideas, and then if you come back, that Brokerage Plus is waiting for you still, okay? Again, you only have to buy Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. So to sum up, if you don't care about auto trading at all, then Brokerage Plus is just part of the standard service. You can use it to trade, to paper trade. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Now, the other question that I get all the time is, well, what if I don't have an IB account? Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? Of course not. I mean, of course, that is not the case. You know, we link with many brokerage platforms. But I mean, if you get an alert and you want to link with your brokerage platform, we have an external linking tool. We link with many platforms. The external linking tool, all it is a time saver. It just means that instead of having to type the symbol into your order entry box, you know, it'll just automatically send it there, and then you can trade from within your platform. Okay? I hope that makes sense. No, Don, the exchange fees, you don't know. That's part of, it's part of what you, it's part of the subscription. Sorry. Okay, Don? If you're talking about this being a strategy, obviously ALTG, I mean, it made my watch list because it had a lot of room. Okay, it had a lot of room. I mean, did it work? Not yet. You know, I did get stopped out of it, but you know, I mean that's why it was on the watch list. ACB. Now ACB, admittedly, this had run a lot. Okay, and then it pulled back. Where I should have got into this was right on a breaker right here over 16, where I had my price alert. The Journ, you know, I was waiting for a 2 break, and unfortunately I got distracted by, you know, I don't know what I was doing, talking about something else, and so, you know, but that's just my personal trading style. I like to see stocks breaking over whole numbers, but why it's on the list in the first place is because it has room. Okay. Room it's a bit like a big gap to potentially fill. If you just did it, you're only going to see the last ones. Now, where did you load? Are you talking about? You're in the web-based version, right? Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I mean, I just want to make sure. Just going to make sure because I haven't changed anything. I didn't give it a. Yeah, if you just loaded it, yeah, you're not going to get the ones. I'm just going to check here. You got it now? Okay, good. Don't have to. Oh, you got the reason. Okay, not the stocks. Okay, well. So, Philip, what I'm doing is I have a bunch of scans that I look at, and then I look at, they are not proprietary. I mean, they're just scans that I look at, and I look at every stock within those scans, and I'm checking the daily, and the monthly, and the weekly charts. Okay, and I make a determination whether or not I think a stock can be on the watch list based on, how much room it might still have to run. That's how my watch list is created. So today's watch list, these are the only ones that are triggered from the watch list. Watch list is doesn't have that many, to be honest. Um, I didn't find as many on Friday to carry forward, but I think might have about 25 stocks on the watch list. Don't want them all triggering. There are some filters in here that they have to meet minimum volume, things like that. But what will happen is once the market closes today, I'll look at my watch list, not just the ones that triggered, and I'll run through them again, and I'll see whether or not I think they could be, a stock could be carried over to tomorrow. So that's from the current watch list. And then I have my scans that I look after hours, and that'll help me generate new stocks for tomorrow also. And then all you have to do is once this test drive, the test drive, I'm incorporating this as part of as the test drive layout. But next week, the only way you'll see my watch list is if you click on new channel bar, and then once this loads, Windows, my Windows, okay? Yeah, this Resi's starting to move here, guys. Now, the issue, if you got into it, 747 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. So that could be a bit of a stumbling block. Well, that's why I try to create the watch list. Okay, you only have a few things to look at. Are they all fantastic? Of course not. But this was a little disappointment for me. But later on in the day, if the volume can really start picking up, that's why I have an price alert set up here. It still has tremendous room. Just one moment, please. second here, guys. Yeah, Philip, those are my scans, okay, which I'm not going to share. I'm sorry. Listen, obviously, one of the reasons, I want people to come into the trading room is eventually channel bar, look at my windows, and I do it all for you, okay? So these are stocks that have moved up or down, significantly, but I've got about 6 or 7 scans that I look at. So I'm just going to flatten out of this trade, okay? I'm going to flatten it. Got out of that trade, the RESI trade, just to demonstrate how to use the flatten key on in Brokerage Plus. Yeah, so guys, here's a word about this, okay? This is why I think, you should be managing the trades on your own. If you got into this QCOM trade, now the AI got out because it has, a price target of $1 above. Now, first of all, that's not a great percentage, for QCOM, but why would you get out? Just because it hit this, what I'm going to call a very artificial price target of $1. It's not based on anything. If that makes sense, okay? So that's why I'm saying you get into an AI trade, manage the trades. I mean, there was zero reason to get out of this one. It's still working well, as an example. So that is market, okay? The flatten key is market. If you want to do a limit, you can do a limit out, okay, which will allow you some latitude. But the flatten is a market order. Obviously, if you look at the spread and it's okay, it's not a big deal to get out at the market. Okay, so the ALTG is getting again. I'm waiting for a breakup here, guys. I'm not going to get. I want to see volume is still a little. I mean, the relative volume is excellent, but I want to see a lot more volume. I want to see a big volume bar for me to get into this again. All right, so look, I want to make sure I understand the question. Are you talking about buying a Brokerage Plus because you want to auto trade the AI? Okay. You sure you want to do that? Okay. Well, if you go to the pricing page, you'll see it all. All right. Let me just just go to the pricing page, and so if you click on that right there, there's the link, there's the pricing. Okay, so there's the promo you can use, Barry for Alpha. Okay, so and if you scroll down to the bottom, there's Brokerage Plus. Okay, now remember, you only have to do that if you're bound and determined you want to auto trade the AI. It might be an option. Let me see here. Yeah, oops. Yeah, you just have to, there's a gear, Steve. There's a gear, if you can see the gear in the bottom right hand corner. So show order buttons, number one, that'll show them, okay? So if it's not showing the hotkeys, I think the default is to show them, but maybe you accidentally, so you just have to check the show order buttons. Okay, you have to have the positions tab. Okay, I guess you have to have the positions tab open. Yeah. So click on the positions tab. Maybe that's maybe you don't have to do anything, okay? If you click on the positions tab, you don't have the positions tab, make sure, from new within Brokerage Plus, new, and then positions tab. Yeah, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. Okay, look, you can only have one device open at a time though, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So when you say a strategy, Jeff, are you talking about from within here, within Brokerage Plus? You have to save all your work. Okay, I mean file. So when you exit Trade Ideas, you should file save or share to cloud, and then okay, and then you give it a name, entire layout, give it a name, okay, and then when you do that, this everything you've done here should be saved. Doesn't matter what stop you're using, VWAP stop. I mean, I'm using that day, but any stop you use, it will always share size it. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer for that. If you promise me, Jeff, that you saved your layout, I mean, and then you bring it back, the other thing I always do is when I file exit, I save layout also. And I mean, I've never had an occurrence when I load trade ideas again that any sort of a strategy that I've created has disappeared as long as I save it. All right, so that ALTG is starting to maybe give me a little more interest. I'd like to see a bit of about 610. I'd also like to see some volume. So I'd love to see something like that little volume bar there. I'd love to see it coming in as we're starting to get rid of that pullback. All right, I sort of missed some of these. So AROC, let's see what happened here. Something has happened also to my linking with IB. Are you guys finding sometimes that you're linking, those of you with interactive brokers and you've established linking, external linking tool, that every now and then it just loses and you have to reload? No. This has happened to me. It's happening to me a little more often than I'm happy with. Yeah. And this doesn't help. Unfortunately, this does not help by deleting the link and then creating it. I don't know why. No, I'm going to have to reload. Okay, sorry, but I'm going to put myself on mute. Just, well, I'm not talking about the connection. Every now and then, yes. In fact, I noticed it earlier today. IB stopped. My IB connection stopped. I'm talking about my linking to Interactive Brokers. So I'm going to have to exit Interactive Brokers, and I'm going to have to reload it. So I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll answer your question in a second, Arna. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. I reestablished my linking with Interactive Brokers, so I'm back. Okay, so the close max L. Look, well, closed P&L. See, I actually held that one overnight from Friday. I mean, in the simulator. So that's what that today's P&L is should be obvious. That's today's P&L for it. The max P&L means if I were able to get out exactly at the high. So Resi. If I got out right at the actual high, right up here, that's how much I would have made, okay? No, the exit price is where it exits. The stop price is different from the exit price. Sometimes it'll be the same. Sometimes it'll be the same, but I mean the exit price is literally where it exited. Sometimes that the AI will get out before the stop. Depending, for instance, I looked at this one. The AI there was the alert at 24.99, exited at 24.90, but there was a stop. But an algorithm kicked in, said, I don't like the way it's trading right now. And so it's been a choppy one, very choppy. Okay? So the exit price is not the same as the stop loss. That makes sense? Yeah, I mean, listen, but it's got to get to probably a bid of 610 ALTG. It's got to get to a bid of 610. But more importantly for me, way more important for me is I got to see some volume come in. Okay, I don't want to see this decreasing volume, and it's okay. I want to see a volume bar like that. Okay, boom, and then have it pop through 610, and maybe it can resume. Okay. I don't remember why I put this one on. This VVI. Well, Cesar, yes. I mean, right there. There. Can you not see this? I mean, there's the entry price and there's the stop. All laid out for you. There's the stop price right there. Yeah, I'm hearing IBO, IBIO, IBIO. This is my text to voice here. IBIO. Look at this SPY. Wow. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. All right, I'm seeing no more lag. Oops. Getting lag here though. Definitely getting some lag here opening. That should be instant. At least I'm not getting any more lag. Yeah, you got. I mean, I'm sort of following this. I mean, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, Roni, but I mean, yeah, there was $50,000 on a highly speculative one. Yes, you won. In this case, you won. Highly speculative. This company has been in the, you know, in the toilet for a long time. It did a reverse split, kind of rescued itself. Okay, had a decent day right there, but I don't know. All right, this is this GMAB. Okay, so GMAB, this is an all-time high right now for GMAB. I mean, at that point, and let's just see if it can hold this area. Take that out, and this could have still a great run. I mean, GMAB. I don't know. I'm sure. I'm not 100% sure it's a virus play. No, this is not a virus play. Okay, this is not a virus play, but they did come up with news. Looks like back in early May the 1st, FDA approval, etc. So anyway, this is obviously yeah, 1st of May, all right, drug approval, FDA approval. So an all-time high for GMAB. trying to remember why I put this on the list. I have a feeling, yeah. I think I was looking at this with a short bias. This is what it did on Friday. So I thought if it could take, yeah, this is a short bias one. And it had room from 14 down to 11. But it is actually, this could be an interesting one as a recovery play then, VVI. Every time you think Clovis is going to really, really break out, I mean, it did have that tremendous, several weeks right there, granted, but it lasted a while. But look how choppy this daily chart is for Clovis CLVS. I know they had some news on Friday right here, but even then, didn't really light a huge fire under it. In fact, it's on the way down now. CLVS is on the way down now. Yeah, Uber, I know they've been in talks with Grub and on again. Well, not, they're on still, but I guess they're squabbling over the price. That's what I read this morning regarding Uber and Grub. Meanwhile, Adam, what are you doing? You're just sinking here. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Adam, boy, Adam kept sinking here. Something must have happened. Something almost like they did a financing, but not. I don't see any news on it. That's a pretty significant drop. KRNT, look at you. Wow. May 19th, so this has earnings after hours tomorrow. KRNT. Look at this. Look at this potential. Now, again, I never play earnings. When I say that, I don't buy ahead of earnings and hold through earnings. Never, ever, ever do I do that. I don't like to gamble, so I don't try to. I don't care what I read anywhere. But this has obviously right now the bets are being placed, as I call it, and it's through the 200-day moving average. The bets are being placed that could be good. SPY is just flattening out now. Not real. Okay, just in the last 30 minutes or so, but still a great move. Still holding the highs, really. Just a little bit below the highs of the day for the SPY. Still have my alert set for ALTG up in this area right up here around 6. Actually, I'll put it around right around 612. But again, I'm not taking this unless I see some volume. There has to be a volume spike too. Just because it gets up to that level doesn't mean anything to me. But if it has a volume spike at that level, that could get it going. Somebody asked about a VWAP cross a while ago. I apologize. I don't think I answered the question. We do have a VWAP cross, but it can be a little bit delayed because it does require some volume. But if you do a search on VWAP, okay, so there's crossed above and crossed below, okay? But it can be a little bit late because it needs some confirmation. If you click on it and then click on help, you'll see what I'm talking about, okay? Sometimes it does make a big difference. A lot of times it doesn't. Well, we do actually have a swing trade. I don't use the channel bar life double, okay, but we do have a swing trade idea, or so that's one I would try. And price range, I mean, I can't possibly tell you that. I mean, it's up to you, your price range. I mean, I have a price range. So I don't use, my price range, I like trading stocks 20, between 1 and 20. Okay, it doesn't mean I won't take anything outside that range, but that's just me. I mean, that's just a, personal preference. But where is the swing ideas? So one is called swing ideas, but I can't tell you what price range. And then we do have a trending one. There's a trending one. Again, I can't tell you the price range you should use. It's my same thing with the AI. I like this. I like things under 20 in the AI. So none of these appeal to me. I know the QCOM's working, but it's 1.42%. It's nice, but For me, it's just not what I'm interested in. Interesting. There are 5,000 shares available to short ACB. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but for me anyway, you have to look, again, guys, people ask me the question all the time, is Trade Ideas only good for day trading? The AI only good for day trading? So Life Double, all I can say to you is if you look, it may be for day trading, but I mean, if something looks good and you want to hold it looking good, meaning it still has a lot of room, there's not a lot of resistance, then, you have to make the determination whether or not you want to hold it. Okay? I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, would I hold something, that had, if I looked at a weekly or a daily chart and had lots and lots of activity, a dime above where I want to hold it? Probably not. I would want it to clear all that as an example. Guys, GMAB is looking interesting. Now I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, handing over the YouTube stream to another trader at noon. I'll be exiting this room at around 11:55. Why can't I save a watch list from another channel? I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, well, I mean, it's in my watch list up. Look at SRNE. Wow. Just gave it up. That reason it was up on Friday was rather sketchy, guys. I mean, it doesn't matter what I think, but I mean, the market certainly didn't care what I thought. But I don't understand the question. Why can't I save a watch list from other channel? I don't understand the question. Just a minute, I'll take a look. I'm still not 100% sure I understand what you're trying to do, but I'll take a look. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. Okay. So if you click, so what is it? It's called, which one is it in? Ready to run? Okay, let me, there we are, ready to run. Okay, so there's ready to run. So what do you want? Ready to rip? Okay, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Right click, and you can make your changes in here if you want. You know, configure. Maybe you want to change the price range. I mean, you can make all your filter changes. If you don't want to make any, then just right click, save or share to cloud. Save, save. Now it's in your cloud. Okay? Now, before you did that, of course, you had to make sure you saved your layout to the cloud. Now you can bring your layout back, and then you can go into your cloud and bring that back this window. And then when you save your layout again, with this window will be in there. Make sense? Ah, okay. Yeah, so what they'll do, as I understand it, Stan, and I don't get involved in the accounting at all, so I'm not 100% sure, okay? But typically this is what we do. If you want to upgrade within 30 days, then you can get the promo applied. And I don't know then if an annual then is only 11 months or 12 months. I really don't know. You have to ask Kelly, okay? I honestly don't know how that works when you want to upgrade. I'll give you her email, okay? No, it's not possible to change the voice. On the main, you mean you want to cancel an order? Cancel an order? Is that what you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Well, in the position tab, you're in the trade, so flatten gets you out. I'm not sure I understand. I mean, to see it here, that means you're in the trade. Well, you're already in the trade room that has access to Holly. Okay, so you're in. Yeah. Okay. So if you check VWAP, if you do a search on VWAP, because I got to keep an eye on, I'm handing over the YouTube feed. I got to keep an eye on who's taking over. All right, so distance from VWAP. So you can use these, distance from VWAP, okay? And add the filter. Whoops. Add the filter. So you can have a maximum distance, so which is going to be very close then. Okay? You can as a percentage. So that'll show you stocks that are close to the VWAP as an example. Of course, yes, it is a live scanner. If you can't hear me, yes, it's a live scanner. Just give me a second here. I did call it earlier. I got stopped out, but I'm back in it now, guys. The little volume came in. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking my break. Average of about 613. Okay, so I'm going to be taking my break right now. Okay, we'll see you then. Well, the AI, okay, BlazeBowl, I mean, here it is. I mean, you're going to say you want to hear it. I mean, you have to have our service. I don't understand what you mean. There it is, right staring at you. You can see the alerts as they come in. Okay? So I don't know what else to say. There it is. Life double is not going to happen. Okay. I'm sorry. We're not getting. We're not in. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Barry, for the handoff. You've got Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session. So for the next hour, this is just an open forum where you could ask questions about the software, and I will be happy to answer them for you as best as I can. Let me close this up here so you don't hear that double voice. Okay, great. So a question in there, somebody asking about level 2 data. Do we have it? No. Trade Ideas does not have level 2 data for two very big reasons. The biggest reason being level 2 data is expensive from the exchanges, and if we had to pass that expense along to you, you wouldn't be happy about that. That's the biggest reason. Second biggest reason is in 2020, level 2 is meaningless, and I'll fight anybody who wants to argue me on that. I started trading in the late 90s, and level 2 data was absolutely essential. Back when the level 2 actually showed you who was on the bid and who was on the offer. You would see Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Lehman Brothers. You'd see everybody. You'd see who was on the bid, who was on the offer, how much size they were offering, and it was real size, not this fake size that you see on the thing now. All you see now are faceless exchanges with bids and offers that all move in synchronicity all at the same time. It's all machine run. Level 2 is meaningless. I'll fight you on that. I'll fight anybody on that. So anyway, that's my riff on level 2. We don't have it. Sorry. It's very expensive. We'd have to triple the cost of your monthly subscription. You wouldn't like that. You guys having trouble hearing me? Someone says they're having a hard time hearing me. My microphone says the audio is good. I'm seeing the audio coming through real good. Okay. I'd like to know if it's possible to download a log from the results of a day's top list scanner you've created. No, is it Jaime? Sorry if I butchered your name, Jaime, but you cannot download a log. However, you can go back in history and any top list to any certain time of the day. So I've got a top list right here, my open positions top list. If I wanted to go back to say, I want to see what this top list looked like 15 minutes after the open, I could just right click in this window, go to time frame, and use historical date. I could choose historical date, and then I could go back. By the way, market opens for me at 7:30 in the morning. I am in the mountain time zone in the US. So for me, 7:45 a.m. would be 15 minutes after the market opened. I could choose OK. And then this top list is showing me what all these values were at that time, at 7:45. You see that? Or that 5-minute window. Okay. That's how you go back in time. There's no log. Well, I guess you could save the contents. Okay. If you right click and go to save contents, you can save these as an Excel file. See that? And then you could export that. I'm not sure if that helps you or if that's what you're looking for. Okay, looks like everybody else is hearing me fine. So whoever it was who was saying they had a hard time hearing me, maybe just turn up your volume. Alex wants to know if it's possible to set up email notifications for automated trading strategies. Alex, no, unfortunately that's not possible. We do have the ability to get SMS alerts sent out. So that's like a text message. However, it's not the best thing in the world because we don't control the speed in which you receive those SMS alerts. We send them out in real time, but there's often latency on your cell phone provider side where you might get one alert immediately, you might get one alert 10 minutes later, you might get one alert an hour later, and that's out of our control. We have no control of that. So we can send SMS alerts, but it's not something I would rely on, certainly. Okay, let's see what else we got in here. David says, I buy at limit price and will use a cancel button to get into my price. I'm not sure how you buy at a limit and then use a cancel button to get into a price. Would like to see a cancel button on Brokerage Plus. Your thought. David, I'm not quite sure I understand what your question is, but any existing orders that you have open in your Brokerage Plus window that you see here on my screen, if you go to your orders tab, these are all the orders that you would have open, and you could just right click on any one of these and just cancel order. Okay? There, I highlight it, right click, cancel order. We also have a cancel orders button right up here. Okay? Yes, Jaime, a top list, when you run the history, you will get the history in 5-minute chunks, but it's a top list. Top lists typically don't change much from minute to minute. We only refresh every 30 seconds. A top list will refresh every 30 seconds. But when you're doing a history and you go into historical date, yes, it's going to be 5-minute chunks. That's just the way we do it. Let me set this back to real time. All right. History mode is available to in any window. Autolicious. It's not a standard thing. It's not a premium thing. Top lists are available to all subscribers, and the history thing, go into time frame and use historical date, that's available to everybody. Jaime, an alert is different than a top list. An alert is an alert window. Stocks will appear in an alert window when something happens, when an event takes place. Okay? A stock showing up in a top list is not an event. A top list, all that does is the top list scans the market. Well, this is an open positions top list, so maybe not the top lists I have here on my screen, maybe not the best examples. Let me change my channel. Let's go to like a social media rippers channel, for example. These top lists that you see here, they're updating, refreshing every 30 seconds. And all it's doing is it's scanning the entire market, all 8,000 stocks in North America. It's scanning the entire market and delivering to you in these windows all stocks that satisfy whatever your filters are. Okay? So the difference with an alert window is there is an event, there's a timestamp associated. So you see these tickers here, ALJJ and OMP, and there's a timestamp. At that specific time, something took place, something happened. In this case, there was an alert running up at least 25 cents in less than 1 minute. So where this blue candle is pointing right there, sure enough, you could see that stock just ran up at least 25 cents in that candle. That was the alert. Okay? Alerts happen at a moment in time. All right? Whereas a top list is just scanning the market and showing you stocks that satisfy filters. See a question there. How do you research a stock in particular? Well, that's a very vague question, but the best way to get a lot of information about stocks is using this single stock window here, these S windows. And if you don't have a single stock window open on your screen, just go to your TI menu bar up here, hit New, and choose single stock window. And in the single stock window, you have a bunch of data points here that are available depending on where you are, but these are customizable. You can add more data points. If I right click in here, go to configure, and you can see here, these are all the different filters and data points that you can add. There's hundreds of them, right? I don't expect you to hunt and peck looking or scrolling through there for what you need. Instead, just use a search terms box and just do, type in keywords. And here, relative volume, for example. I could highlight this and add or show column, and that will put the data point in the single stock window. So these numbers here are all customizable. Volume and relative volume are default for all of them. And then if you want to do further research into this name, you got a number of tabs here across the top. We got a news tab. You can see if there's anything in the news going on. Go to profile, learn a little bit about the sectors it's in, a little business summary, what the company is and does. You can go to the insiders tab, and this will give you, kind of a look at who the big insiders are. So that's really a great way to do research in any company. Of course, charts. I'm a technical analyst type guy. I like to look at charts, and you could look on any different time frame here that suits your needs. So I hope that answers that question for Hogue. I don't know if I pronounced that name right. Sorry, sir. No Autolicious SMS is not a guaranteed delivery system. You are right. Text messages are not the best way to get alerts from trade ideas. Yes, Autolicious. Blue arrows are available in standard plans. That's not a premium feature. That's available to all subscribers. Jason asks, is there a way to use Holly to swing trade? You're coming right into my wheelhouse, Jason. I use Holly to generate swing trade ideas. So let's, I got a pre-configured channel. One of my saved layouts here I call AI Swings. So I'm going to open this up. This is one of my custom layouts. This is not standard on the platform. This is just something that I've created. This is my layout. And before I show you how I do it, let me give you a quick riff on Holly AI and how and why it's good for swing trading. So I know many of you are new here. You're all taking the test drive, and that's great. Welcome. And you're learning about the AI. And the AI, as it's currently constructed, is constructed to serve day trading. Okay? The AI gets in the trades throughout the day, and it is out of every trade by the end of the day. It holds no positions overnight. That is how the system is currently constructed. So if you're following Holly or auto trading Holly, you will be in cash every night when the market closes. That's the textbook definition of a day trade. However, here's the thing about the Holly trades. Holly, the catalyst that gets Holly into any one trade, that catalyst could be a stock breaking out to a new all-time high, a stock reversing a trend on huge volume, could be crossing a key moving average. There's a number of different reasons why Holly may get into the trade, but whatever that reason is, whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't necessarily expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That is just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, if we're lucky, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. Again, if we're lucky. Okay? So, with that in mind, the way I look at Holly is Holly got identified a catalyst. There's a catalyst in play that has her attention. That's step number one, and that's a very big step. So what I start doing, and this is just my preference, Jason, when I swing trade, I like to swing trade from the long side. I don't swing trade from the short side. Nothing against swing trading from the short side. I just prefer, that's just my preference, to trade from the long side. So what I will do And I typically do this towards the end of the trading day. Once Holly's gotten into most of the trades she'll get. Holly generally doesn't enter too many trades in the last hour of the day. It happens from time to time, but most of her trade entries happen, before the last hour of the day. So typically me in the last hour of the day, I will start cycling through all the trades that Holly has done in all the channels. And I've got an AI strategy trades window right here. This shows me every trade Holly has done so far today. So far today, she's only done 4 trades. That's not a lot. Slow day for her. But what I will do is I will click on each chart or click on each ticker, and across the top of my screen here, I've got 4 charts that just show varying time frames. So monthly chart here, weekly chart here, daily chart, 5-minute chart. And so what I'm looking for is I'm focusing more on the monthly and the weekly charts. I'm looking for stocks that are in sustained uptrends. I'm not so concerned about the daily chart and the 5-minute chart, especially the 5-minute chart. That's just noise for me as a swing trader. I'm looking for a long-term trend because I want the wind at my back. So if I see a chart on the monthly or weekly time frame that looks like a good long setup, and I'm just eyeballing it, if I see what looks like a good long setup, I will be tempted to make a trade. So here's one. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of weird charts now because the last 2-3 months have been crazy trading, as we all know. But look at this monthly chart. This stock is up near all-time highs. This weekly chart confirms that. We had a scary dip, but here we are right back where we started. That's a stock that's got some strength. This is a stock I would like to trade, and I would be very likely to put on a swing trade in this stock later in the day today. Let's go to HLF. Don't like this chart. Let's go to PAR. I don't like that chart. So right now, out of these 4 stocks, I'm thinking HOLX looks like the best swing trade candidate. Now, again, these are just my opinions. You don't have to agree with me, but this is the process I go through every day. Towards the end of the day, I cycle through all the AI trades, knowing that the AI is identified a catalyst that has the potential, not the guarantee, but the potential to move a stock in my direction for a little while. And as a swing trader, that's all I want. I want edges compounding in my favor. And the more trades of these that I do, the better I am over the long run. You can see all my open positions right now. These are all swing trades. Okay, these are trades I've gotten into. I mean, you can see the dates, entry times. I got into one trade back on April 9th and April 21st, going back last month. These are trades I've been in for a while. These are swing trades. Okay. By the way, disappointed in this P&L, only up $265 on a day when the market's just screaming higher. Are you kidding me? I feel like I should be up way more than that, but hey, that's how it is. Okay. Hope I answered that question for you. Who was that? That was Jason. Jason, I hope I answered your question. Let me know if you need any further clarification. Life Double. Besides Interactive Brokers, are there others that allow shorting? Yes, every stock brokerage allows shorting in a margin account. You have to have a margin account. Those are the rules. But every stock brokerage in America that I know of allows you to short stocks in a margin account. If they don't, switch brokers. That's ridiculous. You got to be able to trade both ways. Autolicious, no, I do not use any custom filters. Nope, don't need them. I'm a simpleton. I keep things simple. Honestly, I'm not a programmer, and just the idea of coding a custom formula makes my head spin. It's just not the way my brain works. So no, I don't use any custom formulas, but for those of you asking, there are abilities. You do have the ability to create some custom formulas if what you need is not available out of the box from Trade Ideas. And I would say that 90% or 95% of you are covered by everything that we already have within the system. But if there's something that you don't have, you might be able to recreate it or create what you need using custom filters. But that's above my pay grade, folks. If you need help with that stuff, send us an email and we'll get the team to work on it. All right, Alexis, let me see your question. Would you recommend setting up multiple personal layouts for different times of the day? Pre-market, midday, afternoon sessions. Great question, Alexis. And you know what? I kind of have that. You see in my channel bar here, I've got right here, I've got 3 layouts here at the top. These are custom layouts, custom channels that I created. And these are the 3 layouts that I use throughout the day. So before the market opens for me, you'll notice, by the way, before I show you my pre-market, if you scroll down here, we've got a pre-market channel. I'll just click on that. A lot of people come here before the market opens to see all the different stocks that are gapping up on the day and all the stocks that are gapping down on the day. I don't like to trade penny stocks. I don't really care about stocks that are under $5 a share that are moving, like this YCB. It's a $1.45 stock. I don't care that thing gapped up 44%. It's a dollar stock. I don't give a shit, right? So I've taken this channel and I've kind of added my own custom changes to it and custom, moved things around. And if I click on the My Pre-Market channel here in the channel bar, this is my version of the pre-market channel. And it has it set exactly the way I like it. So before the market opens, I definitely come to this channel every day just to see what's going on, get a flavor of what's moving. All right. And then once the market opens, I will switch to my layout. It's a picture of my dog there. I'll switch to my layout. And this is the layout that I keep open throughout most of the trading day. This is just kind of my window that, I've got. Again, it's the things I like. I got the indices right here. I've got this little SPY tracker here. I trade a lot of SPY options, so I like to know what's going on. I like to know when the SPY is moving, so I got a little SPY tracker that gets me alerted. And I've got a window here for all-time highs. I like to trade stocks that are making all-time highs for swing trades. Those are my bread and butter trades. So I like to see what types of stocks are making new all-time highs. I also like to see I like to be alerted when there's a lot of all-time highs happening. That's usually a good indication of overall market strength. So this is my channel I keep open throughout the day. And then the third channel that I look at, and we were just talking about this a moment ago, is my AI Swings channel. This is the channel I open up towards the end of the day when I'm thinking about putting on swing trades. So Alexis, having a different layout for different times of the day, sure, if that works for you, absolutely, you can do that. You could save any number of layouts you want. The channel bar, you can only save, I think you could have a maximum of 5 custom channels here. But you could save layouts, and let me check this out. If I go to my TI menu bar, go to File and Load Layout, I've got all kinds of layouts in here that I could launch at any time. I got, 20 different layouts in here. I don't use most of them. A lot of them are just layouts that I created for somebody just as a demo or whatever, and I just saved it. So I was talking to a guy named Joe a while back and built a layout for Joe. But I got all these layouts, and I could do these, launch these at any time. So, hey, if you do certain things differently in the afternoon that you do in the morning, absolutely, it makes sense to build a layout that helps you focus on what you need to do at that time. All right. Autolicious, I have no idea when the Trader Duel is going to start. Thought it was going to start 3 months ago, but I don't know what's going on there. It's a dev issue. They're just trying to work out the kinks and make sure the system is set up properly so that everybody has a fair chance to compete. It will be pretty cool once we get it going. I see that you're up $6,600 today in your simulated account. Way to go, my friend. Way to go. Okay, someone's asking, can you link us your pre-market layout in the My Layout, please? I could. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so I'm going to share a couple layouts for you guys. I'll put them in the YouTube channel. It's going to take me a minute because I'm on 2 different computers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my layout. I'm going to save this to the cloud and share. And this is a good exercise for everybody. Whenever you want to save and share a layout or a window with other friends, maybe you got other friends who use trade ideas, other traders who use trade ideas, what you need to do is go to your TI menu bar, go to File, Save or Share to Cloud. In this case, I'm going to save the entire layout. So I'll click Entire Layout. That checks all these boxes here. These are all different windows I've opened. I'm going to have this, it's going to say Sean's Layout. All right. And I'm going to hit Save and Share. And that's going to give me a URL. I'm just going to hit Copy All. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to go to my other computer real quick. Bear with me. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm going to save all these layouts and then go to the other window to move this over. So you were asking for the My Layout and the My Pre-Market channel. All right. So for My Pre-Market, I'm going to go open this up. And I'm going to save this layout. Or, sorry, save or share to cloud. Entire layout. Sean's pre-market. Save and share. There's the URL. Copy all. Great. Okay, now bear with me. I have to go over to my other computer and launch the web version over there. So I can find these layouts and save them for you. Or get the codes and put them in. So bear with me. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Load from cloud. Sean's layout. Share. Copy. Okay, in your chat box, in the YouTube chat box, here's the first cloud link. That's my layout. And then let's get the pre-market. And then Sean's pre-market. There you go. So I've just saved those cloud links for you all. And by the way, if you want to open a cloud link, so if you're copying that cloud link that I shared in the YouTube channel, and you want to open up one of those layouts, then what you need to do is once you've copied that layout, okay, you could do like Control-C on your keyboard or right-click copy. Then what you do is you come to your TI menu bar, you go to File, Load from Cloud, and you paste that thing right here. Paste it in, hit load, and it's going to load the layout right there on your screen. Okay? Hope that's clear for everybody. Let me know if it wasn't. Happy to go through that again. Sorry, folks, I got my windows open. I got motorcycles driving by outside my office, so apologize for the noise. So we have 88 people watching right now logged in. Welcome. Many of you are new since I first started talking at the top of the hour. I am Chicago Sean McLaughlin. I'm here for the next half hour till the top of the hour, answering questions about the software of Trade Ideas. Any questions you have about the software, how to use it, how to find something, throw it in here and I'll do my best to answer that question for you right here on the screen. Welcome to all the test drivers. I know many of you are new here at Trade Ideas taking the test drive. Welcome. Hope you're seeing the value and finding some value with the platform. If you're an active trader, a lot of tools here, a lot of tools. KRC, the test drive runs until the end of this week. You're welcome to sign up if you haven't already. Jump on in here. I'll get you the link. One sec. Where is the link? Here it is. Okay, here's the link, test drive. I'm going to put it right here in the chat. If you're not already taking the test drive, that's the link. You can sign up. You'll have access till the end of this week. All right? $8.99 gets you full access to Trade Ideas till the end of this week. You'll never find a better deal to try Trade Ideas. You cannot get 2 weeks, unfortunately. Your time for 2 weeks passed. We started this last week. But you still get 4 full trading days plus the rest of today to access the platform. We tend to do test drives once a quarter, although this is probably going to be the last test drive for a while because we need to reconstruct how we get people signed up. We need to work on a little back end here, nothing customer facing really, but we need to fix the pipes because the reality is our quarterly test drives have become so popular. The signups for test drives have exploded over the last 4 quarters that we've done this, such that our system is a little bit overwhelmed with all the people that sign up. So we need to do some reconstruction on the back end to make the test drive sign up process a lot easier for everybody, which will make everyone's lives easier, including yours. So I'm not sure when the next test drive will be. We will definitely have them again. There's no doubt about it, but I cannot tell you when. I'm not confident it'll happen again 1 quarter from now. So like in August. I'm not confident our next one will be in August, which it typically would be. We'll see. KRC, look, any software, anytime you log into brand new software that has a zillion features, yeah, it can be overwhelming to some. You're not going to learn it all in 1 day or 1 week, that's for sure. But kick the tires long enough, the system will start making sense to you, I promise. Thanks for the color there, Autolicious. Yes, you are correct. Check out some stocks here, see what's going on. This is a swing trade I've been in for a while now. I mean, this thing is just, this is a beautiful breakout. Blue skies ahead for GMAB. The rest of my stocks, you know, like I said, I'm kind of underwhelmed by my performance here on these swing trades. The market is up. The S&P is up 3%. The Russell's up 5.7%. You can see here in my top list here on the right. These are big numbers. The NASDAQ is lagging, but still 2% for the NASDAQ. I mean, big day across the board. My swing trades, not so hot. That's the way it goes. My audio is off. I haven't done anything here, guys. My audio says it's working. I can see my audio right there. So, Autolicious, if you're not hearing me, I think you might have muted yourself. Okay, Alexis, how would you transfer ticker symbols generated by TI to your trading platform watch lists, i.e. the entire pre-market move? I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking, Alexis. Transfer ticker symbols generated by TI to your trading platform watch lists. Not something you could do. I mean, you could export. I showed this a little bit earlier. If you wanted to export symbols from a top list right here, like say this top list, you want to export all these symbols, you could right click and go to Save Contents and export an Excel file, and then use that file to import symbols into your trading platform. But I imagine all trading platforms handle that a little bit differently, so I can't really walk you through how to set that up. You can also link trade ideas to your trading platform. And when I say link, all that really means is that anytime you click on a symbol on trade ideas, so let's like see this pizza, if I click on pizza, my charts load to pizza, but also at the same time, your trading platform would also toggle your windows to show pizza so you can quickly make a trade over there. You can do that via symbol linking, but no, you can't like just take this top list and have this import over to your trading platform. Sorry for all that loud noise in the background. I think that was a garbage truck that just went by. Alexis, let me know if that answered your question. Come on back if it did not. Micah, you're not having luck with that second link? Let me check something out here. Let me see if there was an issue on my side. It's totally possible that I messed that up. I don't think so, but let me check. Give me a sec. I'm going to try to load that second link. Load from cloud. Load. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it linked on my side. It opened up, no problem. Maybe what the issue is if you like, you might need to click through that link first to launch. It's going to launch a web browser on your site. It's going to be like a Trade Ideas load from cloud window. Launch it and then copy paste that URL up at the top of your browser. Maybe that'll work better for you. I don't know, but I just launched it. It worked fine on my side. Oh, got to reload my system over here. Sorry. I had to. I use two computers here, folks. The computer that you see, my screen, this is my Windows computer that I run Trade Ideas on, because Trade Ideas downloadable software only runs on Windows. This is the only thing I use this machine for, is Trade Ideas. The rest of my life runs on Mac. Everything runs on Mac. So I could see the YouTube channel. I'm watching YouTube over on my Mac. So sometimes when I go over there, I got to log out of Trade Ideas and open up Trade Ideas web on my Mac. All right, Alexis, looks like you're good. All right. All right, all right. Folks, I have 25 minutes left. So if you have any questions, now is the time. Throw them in here. Don't be shy. Any and all questions will be fielded. I might not have the answer for you, but I know enough to be dangerous. KRC coupon code. If you're looking for a coupon code, you can use my personal code, Chicago Sean. I'll type it here in the chat box. All caps, Chicago Sean. That'll get you 15% off your first month on a monthly subscription. It'll also get you 15% off an annual subscription if you decide to do an annual. And if you need a link to subscribe, let me get that for you here real quick. Start a subscription. Here's the link. All right. For some reason, my order of questions kind of got out of kilter here. Let's see if I missed anything. Siggy, I see you lived in Evanston for 10 years. Chicago, represent. I don't live in Chicago anymore, unfortunately. Left a long time ago. Well, 8 years ago. I live in Colorado now. You're hearing me live from the mountains in Colorado. But still love Chicago. Try to get back as often as I can. Could you walk us through what we see in my layout? Okay. Let's make sure I'm on the my layout. It would be nice to understand the thinking behind it and if we are actually looking it for all windows. So first of all, this is what you need to know about my layout. This is my custom layout. This is custom to my needs and what I want to pay attention to throughout the day. This doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good for you or for anybody else. This is just simply what I like to have open so I can keep tabs on the market. So I'll go kind of in clockwise order here. So at the top left, I got a daily chart and then I got a 5-minute chart. That kind of keeps me, that's pretty much all the window I need intraday to know what's going on in the markets. This is a single stock window. I've got it customized to show me these 4 data points: earnings, stock composite rating, average daily volume, and market cap. Okay, those are really the only data points that matter to me when I look at a stock. I know a lot of you need a lot more information than that, and that's fine. I'm not an active day trader myself, and I definitely subscribe to the theory of less is more. So I like to keep the less amount of stuff on my screen as possible. So that's what the single stock window is for. This chart here is a static S&P 500 chart, or SPY. This chart never changes. It's just always set to SPY. And by the way, if you're wondering how I do that, how I have a static chart, because you'll notice on these 2 charts here, the CVX, anytime I click a ticker on my platform, it'll change to a new ticker, right? And if I click on eBay, now watch, these will both switch to eBay. But you'll notice that SPY never changed. It stayed on SPY. So if you're wondering how I did that, if you right click in a chart and you go to properties, see where it says symbol linking? There's no check there. If I were to click on that, it would activate a check and it would look like this. See how there's a check next to the symbol linking box? All charts, when you launch charts on Trade Ideas, they default to being symbol linked. So you'll see a check in the box. You'll have to uncheck it if you don't want it to be linked. So you just click on it and that'll unlink it. And then I made this dark or black. I just simply went to properties and dark theme. Okay. So that's how and why this is different. Let's see. Okay, top list right here. This is just this top list is set to my open positions. These are the same. These tickers that you see here are the same tickers you see in my Brokerage Plus window. This is my Brokerage Plus window. All these stocks here that I have positions in are showing up here in my top list. This just gives me a little bit different color. I like to sort them by position in their 20-day range. You see here this column. I like to see visually, where stocks are compared to where they've been over the past 20 days. In this case, GMAB, because this box is fully green, it shows me this stock is making a new high for 20 days. Whereas Logi, for example, it's up near the upper end of the range, but not totally there yet. And mostly because the stock traded higher intraday today and set a new high, but then it pulled back. All right. Okay, SPY tracker. I mentioned this earlier. I trade a lot of S&P options. So I like to keep track of the SPY, see what's going on. This is not for everybody, but what I have set here is if I right click and go to configure, you'll see I've got, this is going to sound crazy, but if I go to my select alerts tab, I've got like almost every alert available within trade ideas selected. See, I got checks in every box. None of you are going to do this, or very rarely. I have a shit ton of alerts in here, all active. The reason being is I don't really care about any one of the individual alerts. That's not the point. The point is, and this is kind of an old floor traders trick when floor traders started migrating onto the screens. I used to work at the Chicago Board of Trade, so I knew a lot of old school floor traders making the transition to the screens. And this is an old floor traders trick where they used to like to get noises, audio alerts when market activity would pick up, because that kind of to them mimicked the volume of noise that they would hear when they were on the trading floor, and that's how they knew something was happening. So for me, if all of a sudden I see a lot of alerts firing off in this SPY tracker, that tells me something's going on, and it just draws my attention to it. That's all. So it's just trying to get my attention. If the market's sleepy, this SPY tracker is not going to make any noise, not going to do anything. But if we're making a big move, if something's happening, if volume's exploding or some key levels are being broken, this thing's probably going to start firing off a bunch of alerts in rapid succession, and that's just going to draw my attention to it. And then maybe just maybe that means I got to make some trades, some options trades. That's really all I use that for. Again, this is my custom layout, custom to my needs. That's the beauty of trade ideas. You can build layouts to do whatever it is that you need it to do. That's the power. So moving on, my next top list here, this is just I just have it set to default to these four symbols. These are the four major indexes. IWM is Russell, DIA is Dow Jones, SPY is the S&P 500, and QQQ is the NASDAQ. Most of you know that, but I'm just reiterating for those of you who are new. And I just like to have a window open of how all the exchanges are doing, and that is some heavy green across the board today. And then this is an alert window down here. It's got an A in the upper left. This is just showing me stocks that are making new all-time highs. I like to know when stocks are making new all-time highs. I like to swing trade stocks that are making new all-time highs. I don't take every trade, of course. I didn't do any trades in these two here, but I do like to trade all-time highs, and so I like to know when they're happening. And I especially like to know when there's a lot of all-time highs firing off in rapid succession. That tells me that there's something happening in the market. So, Hugh, I think that's Hugh maybe. That's my twirl around my my layout. I hope that was instructional to you. If you have any questions about any specific windows, let me know. Okay, let's see what else we got. Can I change description name of what I have saved in the load from cloud? Yes. Anytime you save something to the cloud, let's say I want to save this top list to the cloud, right? I call it open positions right here. There's the name. If I want to change the name of this window, I could do a couple of things. Number one, I could right click, go to configure, and if I go to the summary tab, I could change the name. Okay. I could call this David's list if I wanted to. Okay. I'm not going to change it, but I could. If I did that, it would change the name, and up here, instead of saying open positions, it would now say David's list. Okay. If I'm saving this to the cloud, if I right click, go to save or share to cloud, I could change the name of it right here. I could call this David's list. I could write in a description if I wanted to. This is my open positions. And I could save and or save and share. I'll just hit save. And so now, if I ever wanted to open that that top list from my cloud, I just go to my TI menu bar and go File, Load from Cloud. Or, by the way, I could also do this. There's the My Cloud button in your channel bar. Click that. It takes you to the same place. And there's David's list, one I just saved. And you can see the description. This is my open positions right there. Okay? If you want to change that description, you're going to have to resave the window. So you're going to have to load this again. So if I just load this, so there I've loaded it, and then you'll have to save it again, save or share to cloud, and then give it a new description there, and hit save. Hope that made sense, David. Matehead, can you elaborate on the penny stock channel features? Sure, I could try. It's not a channel I ever go to. I don't trade penny stocks, but let's bring up the Penny Movers channel. And basically what this channel is probably showing you is just showing you stocks that are penny stocks that are moving. These are top lists. This top list is showing you the biggest gainers and losers today. This is showing you the stocks that have moved up the most in the past 5 days. Okay. And this is a multi-strategy window. Let's see what kind of strategies we have going in here. Got a number of strategies. You know, they're just different strategies that are highlighting you stocks that are moving right now. This ODYY just triggered for whatever reason. Not really much to elaborate on here, Matehead. This is just a channel. It's a quick way for you to find penny stocks that might be moving. I don't trade penny stocks, so I spend next to zero time here. But really it's just for references. Stephanie, you left Aspen to move to Chicago? Well, I'm sure you had good reason. And Chicago's a great place to be, but man, Aspen's an even better place to be in my book. If I can afford to live in Aspen, I would. Aspen's a beautiful, beautiful town. You know, Aspen gets, everybody knows Aspen because of the skiing. Of course, the skiing's great, but I like to go up there in the summertime. Man, what a great town. What a great place. So beautiful. Okay. KRC, I trade both options and stocks, but I primarily trade options. That's for sure. I'm primarily an options trader. But I've done everything. I started trading in 1998. I was a long time, I shouldn't say a long time, but for 4-5 years, I was a hardcore active day trader, trading hundreds of thousands of shares every single trading day, generating a monster commission bill in the process. I could probably retire on all the money I spent in commissions just from 1998 to 2002 alone. But no, primarily these days, most of my trading is done in options. That's just my world. I'm not saying that's better or worse than stock trading. It's just what I like to do. That's it. Not making any judgments. Okay, Robert wants to know, how do you get all-time highs? So in my all-time highs alert window, I'm actually cheating here a little bit. This isn't actually an all-time high. In most cases, in 95% of the cases, it turns out to be. But for my alerts tab, if I go to select alerts, hide unused, I've got a new high alert set, and I've got it set to 365 days. So that's actually, so if I'm being honest here, it's really just showing me a 52-week high or a yearly high. I could put more numbers here. I can make this 1,000. That'll give me more days, and that'll be more accurate. You know, most of the time, when this thing fires, it's going to be all-time highs. We just don't have a all-time high specifically alert. In fact, I don't think so. Or maybe we do. I've just used it like this for so long. Oh, we have position and lifetime range. Not exactly the same, but this would work if you use this filter and set the minimum to 101. This would show you all stocks above their lifetime range. So that means they're making new all-time highs. So here, stock is at least 101% above the low of the range. But that's, I'm just looking for all-time, I'm just looking for high alerts, really. I call it all-time highs, but I'm cheating a little bit. It's really just a yearly high, which is fine. That works for me. Yes, you can put more than 365 days. Yeah, KRC, you're asking about options. Trade Ideas, the software platform is not built for options traders. We don't have any, options data as far as like strike prices and expirations and volatility and all the things that a hardcore options trader would need. We don't have any of that. We're built for stock traders. However, Trade Ideas can be a great tool if you are trading options directionally, right? If you're looking to buy calls in stocks that are breaking out, if you're looking to buy puts in stocks that are going down, you're looking to do those for like swing trades, for example. Trade Ideas is still great for that. It's going to alert you to stocks that are making moves, and if it's an optionable stock, go ahead and trade it. And I'll go you one further here. Let's say I have an alert window. So let's just use this. My alert window here for all-time highs. Let's say I want to buy calls in stocks that are breaking out to all-time highs. But I don't want to get alerted on stocks that don't have options, right? That's kind of annoying, right? You see a stock breakout, let's say JD, and I want to buy it. And then you go look and find that there's no options for that stock. Well, you could filter that out if you right-click, go to Configure, and go to the search tab. And if you type in the word options, this is where you're going to see the full extent of our options data. As you can see, it's not a whole lot. And it's all related around volume. But if I go to options volume right here and add this filter, and if I require a minimum of one contract to be traded, well, stocks that don't have options are not going to trade any options volume. So stocks that don't have options are going to be automatically filtered out of this list. Or there'll be rare cases where a stock is optionable, but if it didn't trade today, you won't get the alert because there's no volume. But do you really want to be trading options in a stock that doesn't have any volume? Probably not. So that's one thing you can do to filter out stocks that don't have options. Cool. Glad that helped there, KKR. Good. Or KRC, sorry. Okay, Hugh. When working with two monitors, how do you set up TI to open directly on the second monitor so you don't have to move all windows manually? All right, so it's hard for me to demonstrate that for you. I can try to help you, Hugh, but I'm not going to be able to demonstrate it for obvious reasons. I'm just sharing a screen. I can only share one screen, but I also only have one monitor set up here on my TI, on my Windows machine. There's only one monitor here, so it's not a feature that I use. But here's what you need to know. If you go to your TI menu bar up here at the top and you go to Tools and you go to Options, go to Layouts. Okay, now I always forget which one is which, but you're going to want to toggle this Open relative to main window. Now I think what happens is when this is checked and it says Open relative to main window, then what that means is Trade Ideas, when you launch it, is always going to open in whatever the main window or main monitors you have. So let's say you have 4 monitors. You might have 4 monitors, but one monitor is considered your main monitor, right? So when you have this checked, Trade Ideas will always open in that one monitor. And I may have this wrong, you'll have to experiment, but I'm close. If you uncheck that, then what'll happen is if you want Trade Ideas to open on a different monitor, what you need to do is close all your Trade Ideas windows that are open right now. So go into Windows and just minimize all, right? Hit minimize all. It's going to close all of your windows like I just did, and it's just going to leave your TI menu bar. And what you do is you take your menu bar and you roll it over to any adjacent window you got open. Obviously, I can't demonstrate this for you, but imagine I'm just moving this over to my monitor on the right, and then I move the menu bar to the top of that monitor. And then when I open my windows back up, if I go to Windows and Show All, those windows should all now open on that new monitor. Okay? So you're going to have to experiment. It's hard for me to demonstrate that here in this format. Plus, I also don't have a second monitor hooked up. So, but experiment here. Just go to Tools and Options and layouts and toggle this thing on and off until you figure out which way it works. All right. Hope that made sense. Stephanie, private tutoring. I don't know if you're asking about me personally or trade ideas in general. I don't. I mean, I suppose I'm open to it, but I don't officially do any private tutoring. Plus, if you're looking for day trading, I'm probably not the best guy. I think some other guys are better at that, and some other people out there are better at it than me because I'm not an active day trader of stocks anymore. When I do trade stocks, I do swing trades. So that's more me. Autolicious, thanks for helping out, buddy. Hugh, Autolicious has got some answers for you there in the channel bar if you didn't see them already, or not in the channel bar, in the chat box. Well, Stephanie, I don't know if I'm the right guy for you, but if you want to shoot me an email, I'm happy to chat. My email is sean@trade-ideas.com. Sean is spelled S-E-A-N. Sean@trade-ideas.com. If you want to shoot me an email, happy to chat, see if I can help you. Like I said, it's not something I do. I'm not formally set up. I don't consider myself a tutor, but hey, maybe we could work something out. Happy to talk. Oh, you like my style better? Okay, well, we're getting somewhere. There you go, Hugh. That's my email address right there. Thanks for putting that in there. Okay, everybody, I got 5 minutes here till the top of the hour. So if you have any last minute questions, go ahead and throw them in there. And for those of you who are first timers here, we do this every trading day, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern. We do these Q&As. So bookmark this link that you're at right now, this YouTube URL. Go ahead and bookmark this, put it in your browser. Then it's easy. One click, you could log in. Boom, you're on. Just one click and you're here. And by the way, this same location also streams our live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson for the rest of the trading day. So he starts a little bit before the market opens. I think he starts at 9 a.m. Eastern, and he goes right up until about 3:30 Eastern every day. So it's the live trading room. You could see Barry Einerson, a real trader, using trade ideas to trade live money throughout the day. Great guy to learn from. You could ask him questions. He'll do his best to answer them for you. But it's a great way to see the platform in action. And that's every day, every trading day. KRC, yes, we have monthly and annual subscription options. Those are your two options, monthly or annual to trade ideas. Can you show how, when I open a new scan window, it will open on my TI monitor, not my main monitor? Unchecking that box didn't do the trick. Jeff, I don't have an answer for you because, like I said before, I only have one monitor, so I don't have any experience with using multiple monitors with trade ideas. It's just not the way I'm set up. So I would have to think that if you go to tools and go to options, and if you got open to relative to the main window checked, I would think Autolicious might be able to help you there. Looks like he's doing it. Maybe Autolicious has the answers. Leave it checked, he said. Okay, so leave this button checked. And it's gonna open, any window that you open is gonna open relative to wherever your TI menu bar is. Okay, so if your TI menu bar is in this monitor, anything that you open, if I go to new and open up a top list, it's gonna open, at least it should, in that same monitor. Remember how I told you all earlier that I like to keep things simple? Well, even when it comes to monitors, I like to keep it simple. I've got two monitors on my desk, but only because one monitor keeps my trade ideas software open. That's all this computer does, is it runs trade ideas. The rest of my life is on my Mac. I got it all on one machine. Okay, folks, last call for questions. I got 2 minutes left, so throw it in there. And if look, if you didn't get your question answered, or if you come up with something later, like I said, we do these every day at noon Eastern. So come on back tomorrow, or better idea, send us an email. info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best place to send questions about trade ideas to. When you send questions to info@trade-ideas.com, they usually get answered pretty fast, especially if it's during business hours. Questions usually get answered pretty quickly. If it's after hours or the weekend, it might be a little slower, but generally you can expect to hear back from us between 12 and 24 hours during off hours. But when you send an email in, that makes sure it gets routed to the best person to answer your question. Look, we're a small team and we all have different strengths. So some guys and girls are better at some things than others. So when certain questions come in, we make sure those questions go to the right person so you can get the best answer from the best person. Delicious, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, folks. Thank you, Hugh. I hope I've been pronouncing your name right, Hugh. I apologize if I haven't been. Oh well. But anyway, thanks everybody for being here. Tomorrow, I believe it'll be Steve hosting the Q&A again at noon Eastern. We mix it up every day, so it's not me every time. And that's good. We got 5 trainers, 5 days of the week. Perfect. So you get different voices, different perspectives, different skill sets, different trading styles. That's another thing. We all trade a little bit differently. So every day you come back, you'll get a different person and maybe some different ideas. So I encourage you to come on back whenever you can. All right, folks, I am going to sign off, and Barry will be back in the live training room. I believe he'll be back at the bottom of the hour, and he'll take you all the way until the close. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, so there's that ALTG. So that a little disappointing. Probably still be in the watch list for tomorrow, guys. I mean, you can see why. It still has a ton of room that it can move. Just see if, as long as it doesn't collapse down to 5 or something, it'll probably still be on the watch list for tomorrow. ELOX, look at ELOX. Not that much volume, but a lot of volume just came into ELOX, E-L-O-X. Low float, 28 million in the float. Doesn't trade very much. Well, keep this DraftKings. Keep an eye on it. It had a nice move in the pre-market. This is a recent IPO back here, DKNG. Nice move in the pre-market. Once the market opened, it just really gave it up, and it is starting to come back again. And now, positive situation. Lots of volume. 13 million shares. Yeah, we gotta fix that. There's no way it's a 15,000 float. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to there. Look at MTRX, another interesting one. MTRX. Not as interesting. We look at that. I mean, look at the daily chart. Lots of resistance, in that 950, 60. I mean, if it got up there, that'd be great on a percentage basis, but not as clean as you'd like to see, in my opinion, for the MTRX. Okay, guys, I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Again, I didn't do a video all last week, but I'll be back to doing my daily video. So I'll be putting myself on mute. Trying to figure out, can you guys hear me on YouTube or are the other guys still there? Oh yeah, OMP. We saw this one a little earlier in this basic new highs and lows. Nice, 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 nice. I mean, look at the room it's got. OMP, and it's a low float, and it's actually... So I didn't realize this. It had really no action in the pre-market at all. This is an earnings play. OMP is an earnings play. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. They didn't let me know that they were leaving. Okay, so for YouTube and also the trading room feed. So I'll be doing my video now. And I should be back, I would say by 1:30, okay? No later than 1:30. Okay, guys, so I'll see you at around 1:30. YouTube link. You understand it's exactly the same, Rosh, okay? It's just, well, not exactly the same. If you want more interaction with traders, then you should stay in this room. But if you don't care about that, then... But the YouTube feed is, they see my screen and they can hear me also, okay? But here it is. Okay, never mind. Okay. All right, guys, so I'll put myself on mute and we'll see you at around 1:30. All right, guys, I'm back. Performance data on the Holly auto trades. I'm not sure anymore because it's hard. I think we might have something on the conservative. If you want to find out, and you can go to the the home page. There might even be a script available for you. We're trying to streamline our support a little bit. So if you ask the question kind of like that, it might take you to an answer immediately. So let me just give you the home page link, and then you can go ahead and do that, okay? And here it is. All right, guys, so let me talk a little bit about this single stock window, okay? Haven't talked about it at all yet. Kind of a cool feature. Well, not the single stock window. Well, the single stock window in general is a great thing to have. I think at a glance, it can give you a lot of information. You can have this one, it's part, if you click on scans. Oh, I forgot to mention all that before. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you can find the scans tab within the trading room, a lot of scans that I'm sharing are all here. Or if you click on the half open, looks like a half open folder, it's called the room drive icon. If you click on that, scans that I share, that'll go to a download, that'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at all the scans at your leisure. So the single stock window, again, that's one of the, call it a scan. That's one of this window, as you see it, you could have it. These are just the filters that I like to see. All these are our filters, okay? So I mean, if you do a search, all filters, here are all the filters that you can put in. This is just what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, but a lot of information, just at a glance. The float, of course, the volume, relative volume, of course, the price and all that. But, if it's an earnings play or not, I like looking at this. This tells me in relation to, how has it been trading over the last 5, 20 year, 3 months, etc., and even intraday, things like that. So just stuff I like to see. But also, now, if you do not have this, similar tab as an example, then please download the latest version of Trade Ideas. And you can find that link right here in the links. And where are you? Download, TI download, okay, right there. So you should have the latest version of Trade Ideas, and there's a download link for it right there. And then you'll have the similar tab. So here's how I use the similar tab, and hopefully get a little more active with it going forward. Last week I really couldn't pay that much attention, but this is how I use it. So this is my single stock window. So I click on the similars tab. I click on competitors. I don't use price action. As I always say, I think it needs more filters for me to be more effective. So I click on competitors, and then I duplicate the window twice. Right click, duplicate. You don't have to do this, but I do that so I don't have to, because this is always going to be in detail, so I don't have to go to similar. And so I duplicate the window twice, and this is why you see these two windows here. And then what I do is I sort on the change from the close column. So I see the one that is up the most right off at a glance, and I do the same down here. These, and I can click couple of double click, and this is going to show me the ones that are down the most. Now in this particular case, because energy is so positive today, there's not even one that's negative that's showing up. But you can tell OMP, this is the one in this sector. So what this is doing a sector comparison of stocks. So this is the leading one, but here are some other ones. Maybe some are lagging. Maybe they're coming from a good pattern also. Okay, so now what I do, I love to follow this all day long, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. Okay, it's always an active sector. Even without the virus in play, it's always an active sector. So I click on, and so here we are. We're in the pharmaceutical preparation, and then what I do is I pop it out. I right click, and I pop it out. And now, see how it's a top list window. Now within here, now I can add my own filters. I can create a price range of stocks that I'm interested in, a minimum volume, all that sort of stuff. And this is what I do, what I have done. And I've also added the position in days range column. Okay, and I sort on that because I like to see stocks near the high of the day. So if I click on TRVN, you can see it's right near the high of the day. Not doing too much, but there's that OG, little cannabis play, near the high of the day. You can also scroll down, and MTP, as an example, is right near the low of the day. Okay, I don't know if they did a financing. Yeah, there's a financing. But I love this one, just at a glance, as a top list. And as always, I can give you this. If you're interested, you can have this as I have created it. Okay, so Harry, this is what I would do. Here are a couple of training links, okay? And the second one is 20 videos and, nope, it's all right, just a second. Just a minute. Okay, so here are the videos. So the training, there's a training link, okay? Now in the training link, there is the 20 short videos. So if you want to get to that quickly, you can click on that link. This is what it looks like. They're very short. And I noticed we just had for me anyway, a bit of a lag getting into our website. I don't know why today, but normally it's a lot faster. But, it's all, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window, all the way down, and including the bottom three, all about Brokerage Plus, intro to Brokerage Plus, and how to link to Brokerage Plus, okay? So if you're interested in Brokerage Plus, these bottom three videos are very good. Well, this room is like this every day, Harry, okay? So, you can always come into the free trading room and you can ask me questions. Last week I was inundated with questions. We have almost 4,000 signed up. I'm not sure what I think we're just under 4,000. So, obviously I had a lot of questions. But even when we're out of the test drive at the end for starting next week, I'm always here to answer questions. And we do have the webinars. So you need our premium service. Okay, you're in the test drive, so you need our premium service, but you're in the test drive, so you have access to the premium service. So all you have to do is from the toolbar, from the toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this window will pop up. Okay? And then you'll see the AI alerts as they've happened today. Okay, this is what's happened today. So when you see it, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but there's an entry time. There's the price at the time of entry. There's the stop price. And You know, you kind of manage the trades as you see fit. Is there, like I use that as a great watch list. So if my screen is okay, I can tell you, okay, stocks approaching VWAP. Why not use pop-out feature? I'm sorry, Bill, what do you mean by that? I did use the pop-out feature, so I'm not sure I understand the question. Why not use the pop-out feature? I don't understand the question. Well, these are, I don't know how to answer the question used for initial trading. I mean, it sounds like you're brand new to trading, but you know, I mean, these are ideas, okay, generated from the AI. You know, I mean, how you trade them is kind of going to be a little bit up to you. You know, if you don't know how to read a chart, for instance, I mean, if I'm looking at a chart of something and I see a lot of resistance right on top, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I'm going to hop into the trade, as an example. I mean, I'd love to say that just take all these trades every single day, get in and get out when the AI does, and that's all there is to it. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You know, I mean, I mean, these strategies have been optimized for today, but of course, every alert you get is not going to be necessarily a winner. So, Bill, I don't understand the question. Why not use pop-out feature? Okay. Now, if you have a black screen, I'm just trying to catch up on some questions. Maybe try to do a refresh. In the trading room, there is a gear. Maybe do a sort of the top right-hand corner. Maybe do a refresh. Also, what browser are you using? The developer of the room recommends Chrome as your browser. Now, the other thing, if you're using Chrome and you are up to date, the browser is up to date, then what I would do is disable the hardware accelerator. Okay, and I haven't had to do this for a while, but I will put it into the tech support. Yeah, nobody's going to tell you how to use the AI as long as you understand, okay? There's no guide to how to use the AI. Not everybody, but there are many different ways to use it, okay? Just so you know. I get the question all the time, well, so how do I use it? I can show you how to load it. Some people some people may go in on every entry and then manage the excess on their own. Some, like myself, I personally have a price range that I like. But just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take it. Because, you know, I want to see what sort of room, as I always call it, how much room does a stock have? Is there a ton of resistance just on top? Is the 200-day moving average just on top? Things like that, you know, so I'm not going to take the trade just because I get an alert. So Magnus, did you hear all what I was saying? You might have to disable your hardware accelerator within Chrome. I can show you how to do that. Did you disable the hardware accelerator, or do you know how to do that? Okay, so first of all, are you using Chrome as your browser? Okay. Do you know if it's up to date? If you click on the ellipsis and go to help, it is up to date. Okay. Okay, go to settings. All right. Scroll down to the bottom, click on advanced. And then where it says, you just have to find it. Okay, where it says system, and where it says use hardware accelerator when available, uncheck it. Okay, disable it, and then you have to reload Chrome, okay? I'm not sure if there's actually a save. Okay, I don't think there's a save really. You just then you'll have to reload your browser, and then hopefully that clears it up. Look at Eventbrite. Look at Eventbrite starting to move here. EB on the move here. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, on slippage, if you're talking about an offset, like Holly, in theory, Holly doesn't have slippage, in the simulated. There's not nothing you can. Are you talking about a strategy that you create? Basically, I think what you're talking about more is an offset, a limit offset. Okay, because if you're again, are you talking about trading something that you created, like a long strategy that you created? Like slippage is, you can assign the slippage in our back tester. And I don't know what would be good or not. Maybe you want to put a nickel or something like that. On a percentage basis, I really don't know. But we're talking about a limit offset more when you're talking about in the simulator. So in other words, where am I going to take this trade? If I had the alert at 29,555, how far outside would I take that trade? Would I go a dime, as an example? Would I go 5 cents? Because sometimes something you get an alert. Sometimes it's not going to hang at that alert price, so you will not be able to get a fill. So I can't tell you what is a good setting. I mean, you can try. I think what I have in these is a 10-cent offset. It rarely goes 10 cents outside, but I think I do have a 10-cent offset. Man, that Sorrento would have been an awesome short. Shoot, and there were shorts available, or still shorts. Not that I'm going to do it now, but they're great on the 8 break for Sorrento, SRNO. Yeah, you see, this is what I do here for my long strats, edit trading strategy. So you see I've got a limit offset of 10 cents. I mean, you call it, I guess, the slippage, if you will, but that's the limit offset. And so again, if I were auto trading, because you're really only talking about auto trading, because you of course can determine where if you're just discretionary trading, you can determine how far outside the price you want to go. But in this particular case, I'm saying, okay, in this one, I would have gone, if I had been auto trading this and had been moving quickly, I would have been able to take the trade all the way up to 29.65, 10 cents out. If it had gone past that, the trade would not have happened. Yeah, thanks for that. Goods. Yeah, we don't have free trials, but depends how you feel. If you're willing to spend $8.99 for 4 days, the balance we're getting into the second week of what we call our test drive, which we do 4 times a week, which gives you access to our full premium service. So just like you were a full premium subscriber, The test drive started last Monday, and it's going to this Friday. So I mean, if you did, you can still sign up for it. You just will only get the balance of today plus 4 trading days, and it'll cost you $8.99. Obviously, people who are able to take advantage of it for 10 trading days, amortize a little bit better. But it's $2.50 a day. If you think that's worth it, then sign up for it. We only do it 4 times a year. So the next one will not be until August. All right, guys, I'm just answering I'm reading an email, see if I have to answer it. Oh, man. We're very close to 4,000 signing up. No, 4K in the test drive, Poe. No, if they all took a annual premium subscription, sure, we'll reduce it. Okay, guys, let's see. So let's take some trades here. Let's have some little bit of fun on the with the simulator. No, there's no discount code for the it's $8.99. Yeah, there's no discount on that. Well, okay, what I was saying, yes, on a swing trade, I mean, obviously a swing trade, you're looking for, from fairly big gains, as opposed to, when you're intraday trading, your stops are going to be more based on intraday action. But a swing trade, let's just for argument's sake, say I wanted to swing Momo, I'd be putting my stop down around, if I were swinging it around 20, like under $20. So that is like $2.50 away already. Right where all this is, which where if I were intraday trading, I mean, there'd be no way it'd be at like $2 away or $2.50 away. That makes sense? Otherwise, you'd probably get stopped out too many times if you're trying to swing something and your stop is too tight. I know Real's been talking about Trip for all day. And is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play, but it's been pretty good. It's just, and look where it stopped. Couple of highs. Looking left on that daily chart, looked like it stopped right around there, 1831. A little bit, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, 1881, not 31. Or 1892. I'll get it right. 1892 once, 1890 twice. And what do we get to today? 1858. Okay, so a little bit underneath. All right, let's take this Momo trade, okay? Now here's how in a manual way, and this again part of the standard service. I'm using the simulator, okay? I'm using the simulator, and this is all part of the standard service, and it is real-time data. It's using our real-time data, okay? So I look at Momo right now, and the spread is okay. So again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. So let's take 300 shares. We'll go in at the market because the spread is okay. It's only a penny. So it took the trade right at 22.56. Okay. And when I was watching the spread, it was 22.55, 22.56. So it took it right, real time. So now at this point, I can put a stop in if I should be, I should always figure out ahead of time, but I'm just, really just using this as a demo. So let's put our stop way down here at 22.20. Arguably maybe that would be better, but that's pretty tight. But let's put it down here around 22.20, right in that level here. So now all I have to do is just basically go to the stop price. Okay, and it should show up there. There we are. So there's the stop. Okay, and actually that worked out okay because, in the simulator, I'm trying to limit my losses to about $100. So, that worked out okay, just eyeballing it. So if I allow this to take me out of the trade, and just automatically let it hit 22.20, then that's what would happen. I can always take this and move it up and down. Okay. I'll keep it in that level right there. If I wanted to, I could put a target. So 22, let's put a target of, I don't know, $23. Okay, so I'm going to sell. And you don't see it on these charts because it's up there, but you can see it on this weekly chart. You see right there, it says 23. It may be hard to see, but there's my stop to get out of the trade at on the high side. So if I allowed this to happen, I would make $132 if I allowed it to happen. Now, of course, as I always say, you can put a target in, but you can keep moving that target. I mean, if it starts to move very well, and it gets close, for me, I would be moving that target price up and up and up. Why get out at some kind of an artificial target price? Conversely, let's just say it starts to move up and then it pauses and starts to move down. I could always move my target down and take myself out of the trade for a profit. So this is really, really easy to do right on the chart. So that's a very manual way to use our simulated trader, our paper trader, very manual way. And of course, you manage the trades, You keep watching the P&L. There's your open P&L. So, as I took that trade, I'm down $9. Yeah, real can get kind of snarky sometimes. As you can tell, well, he and I have the same sentiment. We're not huge fans of level 2. Exactly. Well, if you had been connected to your IB account, yes. So you can connect. So what I did was in the simulator, but the same thing. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can do exactly what I did, and it would take you out of the trade in your Interactive Brokers account. Yes. It'll automatically do it if you don't change it. And before somebody says, what about TD Ameritrade, etc., etc., we only, to do this on the chart, etc., it only works with Interactive Brokers now. Okay? We'd like to add more. I have no idea when that's going to happen. Snarkman. Well, this is turning into more of a relaxing, maybe the start of the week. So I should be able to do maybe take a few more trades going forward. Though I'm not a big trader, even at the best of times. I mean, best when by that meaning I'm not as distracted. I may only do 3 or 4 trades anyway. There's always some distraction, even when we're not in test drive. With all the test drive signups, there's always some distraction. I'm still answering questions, but I'm telling you, I'm definitely liking the idea of just sending people, especially how do I do this, how do I do that. A lot of this is now answered in those 20 short videos. So I'm trying to think, am I completely caught up to all of... I don't know. The fun begins this week, Dave. Yuck. At least the blowers are not in the background. That's the blowers are done. What a racket that was. All right, 2 o'clock. I sort of see what you're seeing, Fred. I'm not talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. I see a lot of resistance for this around 155. That's not that far away for the CEI. That's what I see anyway. Yeah, this was this nonsensical one on Friday. So that's a good question. Flip is for this. So let's just say you have a strategy. Now this is you have a strategy that is you're gonna have to do some pretending here just a little bit, okay? So let's just say I didn't have the new low in here. This was just a new high, and I did want to separate these two. So here are my filters, okay? And I wouldn't have the down 3%. Just imagine, I was just looking for stocks making new highs where the price was between 1 and 30. The current volume was 3. The volume was 300,000 shares. The stock was up 3%. Okay, so I didn't have both the new high and low in here, and I wanted to create the same one except for a new low. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this. I'm going to duplicate this window so I can show you exactly what I mean. Okay, so I had this window and it's only looking for new highs where the stock is between 1 and 30, current volume is 300,000 shares, and it was up 3%. Did I duplicate the window first? You know what? I don't want to do this yet. I don't think I duplicated the window first, so let me duplicate it. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna show you what the flip does. Okay, so this is now a window that is just showing, here are my filters, 1 and 30, current volume is 3, price has to be up at least 3%. If all these filters are met, I want to see when a stock makes a new high, okay? Let's say I wanted to flip that. Flipping, what that does, it basically will flip any filter that it can. So let's take a look what happens. Configure, flip. So it took the alert from a new high to a new low. Now it can't flip the price range. I mean, the price range is the price range. The volume is the volume. But remember, this was up 3%. Now it's got to be down 3%. So any filter that can be flipped, it will. And basically it just kind of reverses the strategy, if you will. Okay? Does that make sense, CAD Trader? It's especially useful if you have a lot of filters that can be flipped. So instead of having to start from scratch on a kind of we'll call a competing, a competing alert. These are the ones moving up. This would be the ones moving down with all the same type of filters. So it's a nice time saver. Nice time saver. What Paradox said. Is Mark still alive and kicking? And the answer is yes. Whoa, guys, watch this one now. Watch Mark here. Look at the volume that just popped into Mark here. Look at that volume, 3.7 million. Now, it's already traded 13 million. But look at that big volume that just came into Mark. This is, of course, one that was super active. Remember these days, it seems like years ago when it was a 35-cent stock. I mean, that's only about April 27th or so, end of April. So rumor, as Goods is saying. This is just a rumor. Rumor. What is SPG? Oh, that's right. That's the property, big property company. Why would they be interested in Mark? Does that even make sense? I mean, these are property managers, malls and all that. Why would that make sense? Okay, Karen, I can help you. So an alert window is what we call an event, okay, real time. So for instance, this is an alert window, obviously. You know how I know? Because it says A in the top left-hand corner. So why did we see ONSI at 2:05? Real-time alert at 2:65? Because with these filters in place, the price between 1 and 30, current volume is at least 3, the volume is at least 300%, 300,000 shares, sorry, and the stock was up 3%. In this case, if it had been a short, it would have been down 3%, but I don't want to get too complicated. Another filter, number of alerts, so it had 30 new highs for the day. So with these filters in place, okay, if a stock makes a new high, so if all these filters are satisfied and a stock makes a new high, we will see it here, a real-time alert, okay, a real-time alert. So that is an alert window, real-time alert. But what if you just wanted a topless window? What if you just wanted to see stocks that, you know, the stocks that were up the most for today? Rank them. Well, a stock that could be up the most for the day doesn't necessarily have to be making a new high. Well, the topless window updates in every 30 seconds. That's the whole idea of it, though. You're not interested in, you know, if it updated every second, it'd be pointless. So really, you're just trying to say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today as an example. So a stock that could be up the most today, but it could be sinking rapidly, but still it's up the most for the day ranked against all other stocks. So it's not making a new high, okay, as an example, but it's you know, it's one of the it's a top stock percentage wise. So think of topless as, you know, it's just ranking stocks. What are the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes? You know, what are stocks that are up the most in the last 10 minutes? Those stocks don't necessarily have to be even stocks that are positive for the day. You could have a real negative stock, but it could be up the most in the last 5 minutes, as an example. So that's what a top list would do. And the beauty of a top list, you know, notice my top list window here. So I can, you know, this is, you know, not I'm sorting right now in the position and days range, right? That is, so Zine, as an example, right at the top of the days range. You can see, you know, I mean, it's right at the top. But what if I took that same top list and said, okay, but I want to see the stocks that are up the most? I just double click on the change from the close. So ANVS now, this is a stock that's up the most in that sector right now, 29%, but it's not near the high. Okay, I mean, it's 462, but the high is 492. So it's not really near the high of the day, but you know, if you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most. So that's the beauty of a top list window. You know, if I want to see the stocks that have traded the most, you know, IBO, I want to see stocks that have the highest relative volume, VBLT. Okay, so the top list window can be sorted on all sorts of different columns. I mean, these are just filters, so you can add as many filters as you want, you know, to a top list window. So that's why you would never want it to be updated every second like an alert window, because it's just ranking things. And then it gets updated every 30 seconds. Okay, so are you wanting to take a top list window and turn it into an alert window? Is that what you mean? Because I mean, I can use this. I can use my top list window, kind of like a strategy right now, only because, I like to see stocks near the highs of the day. So when I start clicking on these, I start looking at the pattern it's coming from. I look at what sort of resistance there is short term. So, I mean, this is kind of how I'm using it as a bit of a strategy already. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I can take this and I can turn it into an alert window, though, with using the same filters and then showing me stocks that are, whatever trigger I want to use near the high of the day or 5-minute high, but I'm not sure that's the strategy you want. So I don't know, like, does that make sense? So again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about accessing top list windows or something in the channel bar? Are you talking about doing all this in the channel bar? Because all you have to do, if you have a top list window, just save it to the cloud. Right click, save, or share to cloud, save it. Now you have it. I think you're talking about in the channel bar, right, Karen? Or Karan, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but Ada, if you take a look, especially the second one, the 20 short video lessons, I would encourage you, whoops, don't worry, obviously back at 30 minutes is not what you want to see, but okay. So Ada, just underneath, I posted a link, shorty, 20 short video lessons. I would take a look at that, all right? They are very short. They go into a little bit of detail about how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, how to use Brokerage Plus. I would encourage you to watch this, okay? Encourage you to watch those videos. This one had okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on this one. I don't know. It is an earnings play, May 18th, post March. Well, it's not an earnings play, though. It seemed to say that yeah, it looks like they released early. We still have post market, okay? So it looks like they released before the market opened. Okay, so this is an earnings play. This could be interesting, maybe for a couple of days. I mean, it still has room. And it's starting to pick up now. Why CBD? It's a real cheap one. And let's see, the pre-market high, looks like it's trying to take out that pre-market high. Nicely done, Jack, or Zach. Nicely done. I get it. Well, guys, we are seeing the SPY in snooze time. We haven't seen a range like this for a while. This is just snoozing around here, not doing too much. So the overall market, so you really have to find those alpha stocks, the ones that are moving, not caring what the market's doing. The market's doing really nothing. I mean, it's had a great pop, 3%. That's tremendous. Be so interesting to see tomorrow, to see what happens, if it can maintain, and who knows, maybe, yeah, it's only up 1,000. It's all, or 850, whatever. But most of that move was in the pre-market. Oh, man, I got a great oldie playing for me. Oh. So in day trading, you can never partake of pre or post. Of course you can, Dave. Sure. You can trade in the pre-market and trade. When you say in day trading, like what exactly do you mean? Well, I mean, I know what you mean by day trading. Are you talking about your PDF rules that you have in the States? PDF. Oh, well. Okay, well that's well, I get up at 4. What's your problem? Yeah, so Bernardo, this is what I would do, okay? Is do not load the AI from the Omni channel, from the channel. Click on New from the channel bar, New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Then you'll have this window. This window, you can incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay? You can incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't, what's happening is that when you're going into the channel bar, see what's happening, Hulu? Can you see this on my screen? You see how it's just not loading quickly? I don't know if you can see. And finally, boom. It's been happening all day. Okay, so does that make sense, Bernardo? What I would do is, I mean, again, load it from the toolbar, and then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. Then you don't have to go into the, well, again, okay, fast load. You don't have to load the Omni channel. Yeah, save the layout. So if you have a layout, that you like, that you've created, and then load that window, and then save your layout again. And then it'll be part of your layout. You don't have to mess around with the channel bar. That's okay. So, Teresa, right click on the alert window and properties, and then actions. Okay, so right click on the window, properties, actions, and then you remember how to fill all this out? Then you'll get this pop up, and then hopefully you know what to do from here. There you go. Actions, yes. Camera. Okay, so yes. So again, you can put the same as an alert window. Right click, actions, and do you know how to fill this out, Bernardo? Do you know how to fill this out? Oh, okay. So let's start from scratch. Well, just watch me. Okay. So right click on the window, actions, check the play sound, setup sound. Okay. Now you can go text to speech, but remember you're only going to be able to really to do it for one window, because the whole idea of having a sound alert is to have a unique alert, a unique sound for each window. So when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. So, I mean, there's no problem. You can use text to speech if you want, or use custom sound. Check the custom sound, select the sound. These 3 folders all have sound alerts in them. Okay, you can pick pig, okay, and say open, and then play it. If you like it, now you can, this is a volume slider. You can put it as high as you want. Okay, this is just a slider. Okay, so if you like it, then you just say okay and okay again, and then that sound will be attached to your window. And remember, save your work. When you're finished, save. Otherwise, you know, every little thing you do within an alert window, if you don't save your work at, you know, when you, I mean, the real simple way is just file, exit, and save. Okay, save your layout. But I would always, by the way, anybody who's part of the test drive, and you're not a subscriber right now, obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, you could be a standard subscriber, but make sure you save all your individual windows to the cloud. Right click, anything you've done, anything you've created, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Save your layout to the cloud, file, save or share to cloud. This is from the toolbar. Entire layout, give it a name, save. The reason I say that is that if you decide later on you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, then as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything you've done will be still available. It'll be in our cloud, and then you can access it. Another reason to do that is that you can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only load Trade Ideas one device at a time, but you can have it loaded on as many devices as you want, so you can see where I'm going. So this is my desktop, but I have a laptop and I have a tablet. So all I have to do is access I just have to access the program, and then I can file load from cloud. And so I don't have to go through, you know, having to recreate my layouts on each device. Yeah, I wish there were, TJ. It does work. It does create multiple copies. You're talking about, yeah, when you save the layout to the cloud, it does create multiple copies. The only thing to do, they do get timestamps, so you know the last one. I wish there was a way to overwrite the previous one also. Julio. If you save it to your local computer, you know, file, you can do this too. I mean, I do both. And then, you know, save layout, file, save layout, as opposed to the cloud issue. Then, you know, then if I saved it, it would say you want to overwrite. That's only in the local computer though. Well, setting up Holly to trade every morning is easy. You just have to, yeah, I mean, I suppose it's easy. All you have to do is have this window open. So tomorrow, again, I keep, try to, I know I'm nagging, but I mean, if you have this window open and then you just save it as part of your layout, then tomorrow morning when you load your layout, this will be blank and just let the alerts happen. Okay, so Harry, do you have a green ball? Are you using the app or are you using the web-based version in this test? Okay, so do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Can you see in your toolbar? You can see if you can see my screen, you see how that ball is green? It is green? Hmm. Have you been able to do anything else? Create anything else and getting real-time alerts? Well, see, can you not see my screen? I mean, I mean, what wasn't an incredible day, but for the AI, right, it's right in front of you. I don't know, maybe you can. All right, I'm going to have to. I don't understand if it says not permitted. You are part of the test drive, okay? They might have to look at your account. So let me just give you the homepage link. Because if you're telling me you have a green ball, and you haven't been able to do other things, you're sure you're getting real time. Sometimes what happens is that the exchange agreement is not filled out correctly or at all. And so people think they're signed up, but if you're telling me for sure you are getting other alerts, then I have no answer for that. So you're going to have to go to the home page and a chat box will pop up and just say, and you'll have to give them the email address that you used to sign up so they can locate your account, okay, and find out what's going on. No number, no. We virtually all of our support is online. Okay. Well, it's not an email back and forth. You'll actually be starting. If imagine it was me, okay, and so now you've got me, and if I could go into your account and I could see what's going on. I just can't do that. So what'll happen is you'll hopefully you'll grab somebody and they'll be able to look at your account immediately. Well, somewhat immediately. I don't want to I don't want to raise your expectations, but okay, so I don't understand that question at all. The test drive also include the YouTube live from Connor. I don't know what that means at all. Sorry. Harry, if you get an answer, let me know. Let me know in case it's something really really simple, and I can help somebody else if they have the same issue. Oh well, no. Boiler room channel. No, it doesn't include that. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's kind of personal, Steve. Okay, we don't talk about how much we make or anything like that. And you know, even if I gave you a percentage, what 5%, 10%, 100%, 50%. We just don't get in. We just don't get into how much we make, how many shares we take, anything like that. Everybody's account size is different. Is there a video explaining what the vault window is looking for? Oh, all of those. No, there isn't. I mean, the only thing you can do, the puppy gallery, is when you get an alert, when you can just right click. I mean, it's short. It sort of is looking for it, or you can tell. Any one of those windows, okay, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube stream. Any one of those windows that you see, if you just right click, configure, and summary, then you'll see the filters that are in place, and that should give you a clue about what they're looking for. Okay, there's no video though. I mean, there are, I don't know how many scans there are in that one, 20, 25 or so. So all I would do is just, I say just right click on on one of them, any one of them, right click, configure, and then summary. And then English language, it'll tell you kind of what they're looking for. Okay? What do I think of ENPH? Haven't seen that one for a bit. Let's take a look at ENPH. Yeah, this is out of the price range I like, but I mean, obviously, I mean, this is an all-time high for it. I mean, I don't, you know, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's an all-time high. It's just taken out 63.80, so it just took out. So it's an all-time high by looks like by about 3 cents. That was on Friday. I'm sorry, last week. So I mean I don't know. You know, I don't know how to answer the question. What do I make of it? I mean, it's had a tremendous run. It's an all-time high. Okay, Steve, 128%. This is not a room. You know, this is not a guru room where I tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Okay. It may not be a room that you want to be in. That's all. If you don't, if that's what you're really looking for, that's all. Yeah, yeah. Vicky's a guru, exactly. I didn't say I didn't know. I didn't say I didn't know. Yeah, now I'm reading it. That's not what I said. Still kind of eyeing that ALTG. You know, it's intrigues me. It's just basing here. You know, we get an end of day run. You know, pops through that high with a nice big volume bar. We could have a bit of an end of day run. They all do, Kyle. They all do. I've got one here for my new highs and lows, and I've got these are the same because I don't get very many. I don't get. This is the same alert sound right here. Okay, because I don't get very many all day long. Okay, so I don't mind. I know when I hear that sound, I know exactly where to look. And then I've got one sound alert here. That's it. I shouldn't say that. I also do have one for the halts or zooms. You know, hardly get any in here. So does that answer your question? You too, Thomas. Chase Veer, did you? Okay, let's take a look. I saw that was okay. Well, you have. I wouldn't call you chased it so much. You know, not on the 15s anyway. Bit of a nice little break for you here. All right, guys. I will be right back. Okay, right back. Give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I hear this one is just ringing in my ear here. FTSI. So FTSI, wow, another lot of room on this one also. Remember this day back here, it hit almost $10. It hit almost $10 again here. This is on the move. Look at this break here too, taking out the high of a couple of like 3 days ago. It has room. What's the float? Actually, it's not a low float situation. Well, penny stock gainers are looking for, I don't know what the max price is. Okay, but biggest gainers and penny stock gainers, you know, could in theory be the same, you know, depending if a penny stock gainer was the biggest gainer. But penny stock gainers are typically, I don't remember, if you right click on any one of them, you'll probably see a price range maybe under five and under. Steve, you got the wrong idea, man. Like you asked, it's just you're not paying me to tell you what to buy or sell. Okay, so I'm not this guru that you're paying $100 a month, in which, yeah, I guess a lot of them they can show you something. This is not the purpose of the room. It's that simple. Now, I'm in trades. I talk about the trades when if I'm going to get in them. I've been very light the last couple of weeks because of this test drive we're in. But as far as my telling you how much I'm making, that's just not going to happen. Okay, so if I apologize if you think that you got slighted somehow. Anyway, taking a look at this footsie here, FTSI. So it is, boy, this has room too. This is interesting. All of a sudden this started to move. I mean, other rooms, even the ones that use trade ideas, they're not telling people, I don't believe anyway, they're not teaching people how to use the program at all. I don't think they're answering a lot of questions about the program itself. The reason this room is free is for that very reason, okay? We're trying to support the product as best we can. Consequently, I'm a full-time trader, but I mean, obviously my thoughts are diverted constantly all day long. Okay, so I cannot concentrate completely 100% on trading. But I'm pretty sure that other trading rooms that use trade ideas that charge, I'm pretty sure they're not going into a lot of detail about how to use the product. So anyway, that's not having been in any other trading room like that. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but keep an eye on this peak, guys. This peak is sort of interesting. What's the volume like? It's a big float, 500 million in the float. It's traded pretty well today. Look what it's doing here, though. Has a little bit of room. Maybe, just maybe, it could start filling in this gap here. Peak, P-E-A-K. A lot of you are looking for potential swing ideas. This is, it's kind of interesting. Had earnings on the 5th, so earnings are past us. What is wiggle? There is a definition of it, Eric. If you right click on an alert window, I hope it's there. Please be here. Okay, good. So if you right click on an alert window, Eric, and then click on wiggle and then click on help, it'll give you the definition of what it is. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube stream, okay? Okay, did you get that? Yeah, that's a good question too, because a lot of people ask, well, what is the definition of this or that? So if you right click on any one of and right click configure and type in and click on search and then just type it in, okay, whatever you're looking for, RSI, okay, well, what is that 1 minute RSI? What does it mean? Click on help and it's going to give you the definition, okay, if you're unsure of any one of our filters. Wow, look at this ADAP here. ADAP. Look at the volume that came. Look at the volume that came in, guys, for ADAP. ADAP. It has traded 1.7 million shares, and more right there. Last 15-minute candle was probably over half the volume today, and it's still, and even on that 5-minute, the 5-minute candle actually. Look at that. So what is happening here? So this has room too. I mean, if the fantasy void up to 13 here. And it is still ripping here, guys. ADAP on the move here, guys. ADAP. What's the 200 days? It doesn't matter. 200 days. I mean, this has always happened, but you see all of a sudden out of nowhere volume coming in. I mean, there's a reason. It may not be so-called news. I mean, who knows? Somebody wants this stock though right now. Doesn't mean it's going to keep rocketing higher, but I mean that came off. I mean, it is kind of an exponential look at it, but I mean look at the volume before, and now then all of a sudden, look at that volume that just came in. Yeah. All right, guys. Looks like I'm going to wrap it up at 3. So, as always, I'll stay later if there are questions. But otherwise, I will close the room at 3. Kind of getting back into normal. And this one is alive and kicking really too, this FTSI. So the stock composite rating, what that means is this is a proprietary filter that we developed, I don't know how many months ago, quite a while ago now. But basically it takes into account a stock's fundamentals, earnings, etc., revenue growth, etc., and technicals. Where is it in relation to probably VWAPs and maybe not VWAPs, but certainly moving averages. Okay, so the higher that number, that's fine. So that's a very low one, 35. This is a very, very low one. It's probably at the very bottom of the range. The higher that number, that would, in theory, mean this is a pretty good looking stock, from a technical and fundamental point of view. Let's see if we can find one. That's not bad. 77, I mean, that's not bad. The higher that number, and 100 would be the tops. So, you're looking at stocks that are, again, reasonably strong fundamentally and reasonably strong technically. Okay, so TJ, if you click on orders, you'll see what you have. Okay? If you click on the orders, so the orders tab, you have to have the orders tab. You know what, Eric? I'm going to give you another. Stocks like this is okay. I don't use it, no. I mean, if I were looking at, swinging things, though, and I wanted to swing something that was really strong fundamentally and also technically, sure, I'd be looking at this stock composite rating quite a bit. Anything over 80, 85 probably would get me interested. These are not stocks that are coming back from being clobbered, of course. These are going to be strong stocks. So Eric, I'm going to give you something that I use. I call it the stocks like this template. And this is, so you can see right there, I have a lot of filters at the top here. So if I'm looking at a specific stock, all I have to do is go to configure and then symbol this and single symbol. Put the stock in here, okay? And then run a history for the day, okay? And then I'm going to see the price, the volume, all those things, and it's basically going to, I don't have to, the stock like this is okay, but I much prefer using something like this. See if you like it, okay? I'm going to give it to you. And then you can just have it as a, because if you run a history, then you're going to see exactly what the volume was, what the gap was at all the times during the day. So you can kind of see, okay, as an example, at 9:40, that's when it broke out. What was the volume? What was the gap? What was, the percent gap? Could I create a strategy around all that? The layout, you mean the layout you see here, Bernardo? You mean this layout that you see that I'm sharing? Okay, yep. That I can do. Okay, and again, remember, it's a layout. It's a layout, so before you load it, make sure if you have a layout already that you're kind of using, make sure you save that layout to the cloud. Okay, I'm just going to put a question into the room. Anybody using Thinkorswim and linking? Somebody says that the linking no longer works properly. Okay, Papa Rob. So are you able to link, using our external linking tool? Okay, so Brian, I see the question that you said, well, what he said. TradeIdeas no longer links properly to Thinkorswim. I've watched several YouTube videos and none of these methods work anymore. So I just put that question out into the trading room and people are saying it does work. So what I'm going to suggest you do is go to our homepage, and I think Bill is there. If you're in the trading room, they could help you probably, but I'm confirming that. Yeah, I find it works much better if the symbol field is cut blank. I'm hoping that eventually that we have really solid linking with Thinkorswim. I know it's very popular. We went through the same thing with Interactive Brokers, to be honest. Interactive Brokers was not easy to link. And until they did, I would have no part of it. But about in 2016, the linking, worked and is working very well now. Linking meaning, linking just, we link with many brokerage platforms. Just a minute, Stephen. I'll see. You might have to answer or ask your question again. So we link with many brokerage platforms. All linking does, we have an external linking tool from the toolbar, external linking. What linking means is that, let's just say you want to link to TradeStation or to, eSignal or eTrade or Thinkorswim. So instead of having to type in the symbol all day long, you're clicking on a symbols all day long, it just will automatically load into your order entry. Nothing to do with trading it. Okay, it's got nothing to do with trading it. ETB stocks. I don't know what an ETB is. I suppose I should know, but I don't know. Oh, easy to borrow. Okay. No, Steve, and the reason why is that everybody's brokerage platform will be different. Okay, so your broker may have lots of stocks to short, or your broker may have a stock to short that mine doesn't, and vice versa. So there's no way to have a filter like that because we're not going to, we're not going into every brokerage platform to find that out. So, but it is a question that does get asked. But no, it doesn't, if you think about it, it doesn't make sense because, for instance, I'll get the question every now and then, do you have, like, and I know why they're asking, they can't short with their brokerage platform and they're asking me, does IB have shorts, as an example. So I'll do a quick check and go, yeah, I have shorts. So that sort of a filter. That sort of a filter would not, make any sense to have. Current, no, you cannot duplicate the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, you cannot duplicate it. So the only way you can, I don't know how many orders you got, but no, there's no way. Your current positions are your positions, and then of course orders are, so you have to click on that, but you can't duplicate this window. So there's not a way to see them at the same time, no. No, you cannot run trade ideas on separate machines simultaneously, no. You can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want, but you can only have one device open at a time. Okay, Steve, I'm going to be polite one more time. Again, we're in the middle of a test drive. We have 4,000 people signing up, so we have way more questions than normal. So yes, I'm spending probably an inordinate amount of time answering questions. Next week, there will still be questions that I'll answer, but it'll be more of a trading room. Still good volume. It's still almost half a million shares. Okay, TJ, can you hear me? I've answered you twice now. Maybe you didn't hear. Can you hear me? So the answer is no. The reason being is you cannot duplicate this window. Okay, you cannot duplicate you cannot duplicate this window. So there's no way you have to click on the tab to see it. Well, maybe I am answering the question. You have to have the orders tab, so you can see your current positions and open orders in the same B plus window. Yes, you just can't see them at the same time. Maybe that is what you're talking about. You have to have the orders tab, though. I thought you meant could somehow you see the orders and positions literally in one window like this. And no. The social media channel is just looking at stock twits, okay? That it's not looking at anything else. Yeah, Teresa, have you got the email yet? Okay. There's no specific channel that deals with shorts, no, Stephen. No, there's not going to be like, this is the short channel, no. Obviously, I think there's a channel that, stocks that are down, whether you think those stocks that are down should be short opportunities, that's another issue. Maybe I'm not. I haven't looked at that one. I know that's kind of a. I don't know if that's a new channel or just a new name. So, like my advice is to click on it and then see and click on an alert. But obviously, just because a stock is moving down doesn't mean it's necessarily a short. Okay. I mean, what it's doing? It's showing, for instance. Let me just bring up my pre-market active. See stock Twix relative activity. Okay, so this stock, as an example, it's relative. It's being talked out. It is being talked about more than normal. Obviously, now this stock may not be talked about that much on StockTwits. You can see 4,000%. Okay, that means that this is, but it may not. You'd have to really take a look to see how many times that stock is normally talked about. Maybe there's only 2 or 3 times a day. So I mean, statistics can be misleading sometimes. I know. Well, I said I would answer. I will answer questions if it's after 3 o'clock. It just okay. So the idea is if you want to put a filter, just filtering for stocks that are being talked about a lot on StockTwits. You put a minimum filter, say 300%, whatever number you think is good, and then actually, I mean, you'll see the stocks they're talking about. You're not going into StockTwits though and to see, but does that make sense? Okay, so no chart, no. So I have a question. Can you set a chart alert for when a price crosses the SMA on a chart? No. However, you can set up an alert. We do have an alert for stuff like that. Let's see if it brings it up. Cross. Okay, so we do have cross above the 200-day, below. We have I think we have the 2050 and the 200-day. Okay, Dallas. So not on. I think what you were asking for. Can you get an alert right on the chart? You can put a price. The only alerts you can put on the chart are price alerts. Okay, I'll answer that question about changing. So a multi-strategy window. Okay, so if you go into a multi-strategy window and you right-click, properties and window name. I know it's not intuitive. It doesn't follow the same, whereas you do it up here. So let me do it one more time. Okay, you got it? Well, did you go into the, oh, you did see it. Okay, yeah. I thought that's what you meant though, Dallas. Like right on the chart itself, yeah. If you're looking for another trading room that just talks about, no, there isn't, Steve. Did you go? I mean, did you actually go into it though? Social media scanner? No, no, no. I'm not talking to you, Steve. I'm talking to Asif. So then you've maybe just answered your own question. I really don't have anything to add if you've already looked at it. Social media rippers. So, I mean, this is what it is. So, there's the StockTwits relative activity. I mean, so I'm not really sure. There's really nothing more to add that I can add. I thought they were, Teresa, but I thought they'd be. So this is a typical scanner. I mean, really, all we're talking about is that there's the filter that you can use. Okay, so fact, this is, I mean, here they all are. So you can create your own. You know, there's stock twits activity spike. You know, all of a sudden you're getting a spike. But so this is it. The stock twits average activity, mentions per day, relative. Okay, this just this came up because I typed in stock. That's why I was saying you got to be careful just by looking at the percent, because what if a stock normally only gets 2 mentions a day and now it's got 10, so that's 5 times normal, big deal. You know, that's why you should probably always have some kind of a minimum mention. All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. We do link with TD Ameritrade, okay? It's not the simplest, but people do. They're, you know, kind of it's a little bit tricky, but I mean, it certainly can be done. Just have to follow some rules. You too, Larissa. Haven't said that for a while. All right, everybody. I think that's it. 3:08. So I think I'll shut the room down now. I'll open tomorrow at I was going to say 3 o'clock at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye bye.